Hello, all of you wonderful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Lost in Chaos Scar, Season 2, Episode 28, A Bad Breakup. We shall begin, as usual, with introductions, though we are joined today by Conrad doing some 3D art. He is open for commissions if anybody is interested. And this is one of our Pokemon tabletop RPG campaigns being run with our custom Scar system, or stories and creatures in alternate realities. It is in open playtest, so you all can go check it out through our Discord. But for now, we'll go ahead and begin with Enja.
Pardon. My cue?
Yep.
Alright. Hello and good day, everyone. I will be your storyteller for this evening, Enja Lumerias. I play the allies, I play the enemies, and I orchestrate all manner of events that will be unfolding before you today. But for now, I shall pass it over to Rex Strider.
Hi, I'm Rex Strider. I'll be playing Chomper, a fire-water type Fuecoco Totodile hybrid. I'll pass it off to Raharu.
Hello everybody, I'm Raharu and I'll be playing Paz, the solo water type Sobol. And also, Elvaroda, or Elba for short, the water ground type Quagsire. On to you, Gimund.
Hi, I'm Gimund, and I'm playing Pyroclast, the sometimes dark, sometimes ghost, fire Charmeleon. Right now he is dark fire. On to the Scruff.
Hello, I'm ArchineerRob. I shall be playing Scruff, the ground ice type Swinub. Just kind of bimbling and vibing at the moment. On to Zim.
Hello everybody, I am Razim, and I am playing a Squirrel, the dragon fighting type Riolu, an embodiment of ADHD. Go ahead, Vane.
Oh, I am Talderis, and I'll be playing Vane, the dark flying type Murkrow.
And now for the recap. We will send that off to Tal.
Alright. Last week just had so much talking.
I mean, the last several weeks I've had a lot of talking.
Oh, yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, especially. Alright, so, we pretty much, saw a lot of, a lot of...
Gimund _ tipped $10, but first tradition Razim smile.
Thank you for that tip, Gimund. That is the first tier of the tip goal completed. Go ahead.
Alright, so, we saw a lot of interaction between, Sigmund and CL, as time went on, and then proceeded to basically visit the what was it, the Desolate Mountain, I think it was called.
Yes.
Yeah, the Desolate Mountain, upon which the tree was the big tree, like actual, before being destroyed, which is a mountain that specifically no one goes to and no one wants to go to, except that CL managed to find it and climb it and find tree. Sigmund was rather upset with tree's existence and explanation that, no, wait, that's her name. After which, they did end up going on an adventure to somewhere. After which, the two trees interacted, being quite excited at having a sister now. People looked around in order to see what they could find about various things when it comes to the mountain, including that this place is actually kind of just messed up. Pyro's vision, I think, showed like nothing at all. It took Chomper a lot of effort to heart sense anyone while up there. So, probably something really, really messed up with that. Although we're not entirely sure what exactly it is. Then we proceeded to go and see things like Sigmund becoming a saint, where, he just kind of showed up in the middle of a grand service to Arceus, like, sermons aplenty, and proceeded to insult Arceus until angels came down, and then proceeded to insult Arceus even more and threatened to kill multiple of the angels because, quote, he only needed one. And there were multiple sent. After which, he ascended to heaven, and after a bit, came back down from heaven. Now a saint and with a different coloration.
This is the dankest dungeon.
Merle_2009 tipped $5.
Thank you for that tip, Merle. That is the second tier of the tip goal completed. Thank you so much, everybody.
Well, there's another one incoming.
Oh, so there is!
Raharu 95 tipped $40. Quag for extra emphasis.
Raharu, thank you so much for that tip. That is
You're
the
welcome.
tip goal fully completed.
Yep.
Impressive.
Heck yeah.
And
Thank y'all.
what we ended up finding out is that Sigmund was now a saint. He had seen the light, yada yada yada. He will not be accepting any questions. Then Jumper ends up meeting back up with him, does his battle beat thing, gets a EX track for his battle beat. Sigmund does end up at one point giving I think this was actually a little bit earlier, ended up giving Chomper a gummy.
Ah, yes. That was indeed earlier.
That was earlier, yeah. Sorry. Vane finds out that his shadow and astral energy, because Sigmund had just, pure astral energy, bled a bit. It was trying to convert his body to something and was not done with the process. But his shadow and astral energy have a bit of a violent reaction with each other. Which is interesting, because Dark is kind of supposed to be semi-resistant to astral. But it wasn't for his shadow, so, a little bit interesting there. Sigmund did end up recognizing Wade, who Wade was a, a follower of, and basically went, yeah, good luck with that one. And earlier on, Aquarel and Squirrel had a bit of a side conversation by a beach, where Squirrel was mostly expressing his doubts about, the situation, what he's supposed to be doing, if he belongs, things of that nature. Where Aquarel was sort of giving him advice, and then basically just took his leave. And was told that if he swam out into the ocean, he would find a portal back and would, show up and leave the illusion instance time thing a bit early.
Thumbs up.
Did I forget about anything that anyone wants to bring up?
Not that I can think of.
And now I guess we're going through seam options.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
we did in fact go through one of the seam options before we ended. Oh yeah, it was one where yeah, it was the culty killer transient version of Vane, and Sigmund was visiting him, and yeah, now normal Vane wants that damn book. Because
Yeah.
there was a book about how to encourage better behavior and growth from Kaza, which now he wants.
Yeah.
I wanted. I needed.
So yes, I suppose. Which one would the party like to see next? You have yon options of 3.
Yep. Do we want to keep going high to low, or do we want to go back to low high? Because we kind of chose the biggest number last time. I don't know if we want to do
Yeah, we
low
chose
high
the
or high
biggest,
low.
yeah, we chose the biggest number last time because we were trying to pick a chill one after everybody just being kind of tired. I guess we could just go from top to bottom this time. Since we already started with the highest one.
I mean, I'm fine with that.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else?
Squirrel's got no real opinion on most of these. He's not sure what to
Scruff
make of most
blinks
of this
slowly.
stuff.
All right. I guess into 33,275. The one where he's angry.
Angie.
Oh boy, that one's special. Then again, most of these end ones are just a bit special in a very specific ways.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. The last one was special because it made Vane want a book. But
Yep.
yeah, let's see what 33,275 is all about.
Oh boy, I'm gonna need to pull up a separate document for this one.
Oh.
That's a great time. Let's go.
Here it is. Found it.
Was it the one labeled E or E?
No, that's my bad habit.
Oh,
I
no.
know.
This is something else. As before you, the next scene unfolds, but curiously, none of you are present in this one. But it is a separate team. It is Kaza, Team Arleon, Samantha, Bien, a squadron from the Guardian Corps, Ciel, and Sigmund are standing before the most detestable of beings, Arceus.
Oh.
However, the air around them seems shimmering, as if still recovering from the after effects of something. Arceus smiles down at the group, saying that he's so thankful that he got his hands on Sigmund's little toy. It was more useful than he could have possibly imagined. Why, of course, it was made by his former attendant, whom he is still waiting to return. All he needs is one apology and a show of sincerity. But perhaps the show of sincerity could be substituted with the tool, the one that allowed him to erase what he wished for. And so, he has used it to remove all of the chosen entirely. But now they're standing before him again. So, Sigmund, if you could just please forgive me already, and ask for my forgiveness in return. I'm still holding scraps of your soul in a decent enough stasis. But then Kaza speaks up, asking, why is he still like this? He has to understand that as long as he remains so thoroughly unrepentant, they will continue to pursue him to punish him. To which Arceus finally frowns, looking at the rest of the group, his lip curling. Persistent. You're all so persistent, and it bores me. It sickens me from the bottom of my heart. Whenever you open your mouth, I only remember the one dumb notion about avenging your loved ones, or bemoaning me for all the things you've lost. You've all survived. That should be enough for you. So your families got slaughtered. So your partner was flung into another world. So my actions destroyed your home and lifestyle. What's the problem here? Think of yourselves as lucky, and find some way to go back to the way you lived before. Look at it this way. Being killed by me is the same as encountering a great calamity. You don't need to think so hard about it. Rain, winds, volcanic eruptions, earthquake. Nobody tries to swear revenge on a natural disaster, no matter how many lives are taken. You can't bring dead people back to life, so why not stop fussing about the issue all the time and live quietly and earn your daily wages? Most people live that life. Why can't you do that? There's only one reason. The guilds are an assembly of deviants, and I'm tired of dealing with deviants. I'm the one who truly wants to put an end to this. I am the victim in this scenario. So you can take your misguided sense of justice and turn around. As everyone is truly staring, but Sigmund does not seem surprised. But Kaza opens his eyes, but there is nothing in those eyes that is familiar to any of you anymore. He is just staring at Arceus and just speaks. I see. I didn't think I got it until now, but you are something that cannot be allowed to exist. And Sigmund steps forward, putting a hand on Kaza's shoulder and says, keep your head above the water, kid. You gotta think about what happens after we take care of this festering corpse. And the vision ends.
So, that was a thing.
I'm gonna have to tell Sigmund to put a safety on that thing now.
Chomper's
A
mumbling.
safety on what thing?
The bomb.
Chomper's mumbling to himself. They can't all be that fetid. Not like that. bit of a glow to Chomper's eyes for a moment.
Wade is just completely silent. He's not moving at all.
I mean, it's gonna have to be keyed to something other than Sigmund directly if Arceus really does have scraps of his soul. That could probably be used to get a false positive and unlock it anyway.
I wonder what Sigmund meant at the end, saying that he's a festering corpse. Is Arceus dead?
Probably in relation to the reincarnation cycle thing.
Ah, so perhaps they learned about that in this instance. That would make sense.
Atrono's got something to say in that I could never even begin to imagine such levels of arrogance before, but here we are. Damn.
When you think about it, I guess in a sense the gods are undead in this regard. If their natural state is meant to be reincarnating.
I don't think that makes them count as undead.
What would you classify them as?
Well, there's not really a good classification for it, but being undead implies that you've died at some point and it has been undone, at least partially. This is what happens when they don't die at all too much, so they wouldn't be undead because there was never a corpse.
Yeah,
Atrono shrugs.
actually you're right.
Could be a declaration of intent.
It could also be that, yes.
I cannot help but wonder what all these people went through to get to the places that they got in all of these visions. Because we're just seeing snippets of big moments, and I can only imagine what led up to them.
That is one of the hard parts to determine. But at least for this one, we kind of got part of the backstory in it.
Yeah, I guess somehow this Arceus ended up unlocking Sigmund's bomb before it was detonated, and I guess the Chosens were deleted somehow. I didn't get that actually.
Well, part of the mechanics of it are that you can declare targets and sort of lead it to do what you want it to do. So, considering Arceus's, power and all that, probably just had it target all of the Chosen everywhere.
Oh.
So instead of it being a localized effect of all the energy, instead he spread it around but tied it to individuals.
That is awful.
I don't know for sure that's what happened, but that seems to be a fairly reasonable guess.
Yeah. Oh. Well, not to mention that it did kill a lot of others, it seems, either by the device itself or by some sort of aftermath.
It wasn't exactly designed to be discriminate.
Yeah, understandable. I I don't want to. I don't want to imagine that thing popping off by accident. Well, I guess we should just look at the next one.
Yep, 2246.
Oh boy, this one.
Did you already mention
This one's a
all
bit.
or, oh boy, this one.
Well, this one's a bit ugly in a different way. You'll see.
I don't doubt it, but it is funny.
Yeah. All right. So, this one is taking you back to Tree. As a younger CL and a Braixen Sigmund return from their first adventure. Sigmund looking not in the best of conditions, as he seems mentally and physically drained. However, there's someone waiting for them. It's Kalti.
Ooh.
Who wants to know, so, how did it go? And Sigmund stares at him with almost wild eyes, asking, did you know? To which Kalti turns his head and says, you'll have to be a bit more specific about that. Did you know about this tree? What it can do, where it can take us? Yes, and I'm so glad you found it. To which Sigmund is going to slowly pull himself to his feet. You knew. You knew what could happen to us then. Those worlds. Things in them. The danger. You let us walk into that? With no explanation and no preparation? I had complete faith in you. You see, you're fine, and I'm sure the tree would have taken care of you. Sigmund does not look even 2% ready to accept this explanation, as he is raising a hand and just saying, I see. I understand then. You are someone that has to die. To which CL is putting a hand on his shoulder, say like, hey, Sigmund, I don't think that's a good idea. That's the Guildmaster. I don't care. The height of irresponsibility, and we could have died out there, and he would not have been there to help us. Even Tree doesn't help that much. You could have died, I could have died, and no one would have ever found out. Sigmund, calm down. CL, remove your hand from me. Sigmund, last chance. Last chance, you said. You're saying that to me. You know what, CL? Just close your eyes and turn around. I'll be done soon. To which CL is going to sigh, turn Sigmund around, and slam him in the face with his fist. This topples Sigmund as he did not seem ready, and even Kalti seems thoroughly shocked by this course of action, before Sigmund, falling onto his back, has CL jump upon him and start wailing into his face, hands slamming in one after another, practically kicking up dirt with each blow, as Sigmund tries to say something, but it's thoroughly cut off as the punches are sounding wetter and wetter. until 3 minutes have passed, and it seems that Sigmund is not reacting as much as he used to. With Ciel looking down with him with a very determined gaze, grabbing him by the collar and raising him up. You calm now? Sigmund seems to be missing a few teeth and seems to have started crying at some point. Just seeming confused and upset for different reasons. Sorry, I know that was a bit much, but sometimes I lose my head too. And in those times, there's nothing but force that can drag me back to my senses. So I figured maybe I should try the same, but just take a moment. Okay? Calm down. Sigmund pushes him to get his hand up, and CL releases, letting him fall to the floor again. As Kalti turns around and desperately mutters, "Okay, don't come back after the first adventure. Don't be here, don't be here, don't be here." And the vision ends with, now maybe the party in a very tenuous state after that one.
Elba was covering Bex's eyes the moment the public started because he had the feeling it was gonna get gory.
Yeah, Sigmund looked half dead. Especially with CL punching him exclusively in the face.
Okay, and I am not entirely sure. I am not entirely sure what to make of that.
Well,
it's
partially that CL is just dumb, but
Chomper speaks up. I need a break. I need a break.
Hmm.
And Sia and Chomper's gonna walk off for a moment.
The moment Chomper leaves, Wade is following behind him. He's still just silent.
Out of character. This is a lovely vacation. Wow, so fun.
So fun.
CL can be an idiot.
Emphatically not a
Derogatory.
vacation.
There is one thing I caught towards the end there, though. I guess this is part of when Colty was trying his whole do a minute change in things to see how they go, and decidedly decided that he won't meet them ever again when they go into their first meeting, into their first journey, rather.
well, it's very likely that he's been doing the whole minute change thing for a while now.
He doesn't even remember half of them, does he, though?
No, which is why I'm not exactly enthused that this is his plan with it. Considering that was, well, quite a few timelines ago.
Yeah.
But honestly, the main reason that I'm thinking that it doesn't, well, the main reason that I'm thinking that it's been a while for that is that the descriptions of Kalti a while ago are extremely wildly different than how he is right now. Which leads me to believe that he found one timeline that worked decently well and hasn't gone back far ever since then.
Hmm. That would make sense.
It's just also, well, hopefully he at least remembered to not go back there and wait there again.
Fingers crossed, because that is not a scene that should ever be witnessed. Elba is gonna uncover Bex's eyes. Okay, enough. Ah,
Did they fight?
Yes, they did.
They fought.
Oh. Why?
Difference in opinions.
Hmm.
Sometimes people can be convinced with words, and those people resort to fists. I don't particularly like to do that myself.
Chomper, are you okay?
No. But I just need a moment.
Oh, okay.
To be fair there, Sigmund was going to try and kill Colty. I guess at least CL let Sigmund live.
Don't see how you had to be his friend like that hard.
I mean, I don't really think CL knows the meaning of the word restraint.
For better or for worse, he is a dumb but good-hearted individual. But unfortunately, he doesn't know his own strength. I guess he knew enough that he knew that he wouldn't really kill Sigmund, because I don't think he would have gone that far. But yeah. Elba's just gonna shake his head. Oh man. These visions are sure are a wild ride. They're it's like we're on a roller coaster. Honestly, I'm not even sure if I want to see the last one at this point.
Well, you could always sit out.
Hmm. Maybe. No. I've already come this far, so it's not. I should have just back off like I did when we were in Guthrum.
Chomper shakes his head too. I can't sit out. I need to understand everything so we can get out of here sooner. So, I'm ready when everyone else is.
Well, it's likely that this will be the last one. We're kind of getting near to the end, so there's not going to be too much more opportunity for rifts in the first place now.
Lap Bex, if you two wanna sit out of whatever this one will be, you're free to.
Lap is going to nod, and he is going to pick up Vex, and he is just gonna leave, much to Vex's immediate protest.
Elba smiles as he knew Lap would do that. Okay, good.
Oh boy, this one. 200 is a very... Well, I suppose you'll see, but I'm just gonna say, strap in, boys and girls, it's story time.
Oh
Let's
boy.
go.
Get your
Yippee.
popcorn.
Popcorn, popcorn.
I have a repass.
Alright. Kaza, or rather, here's the scene. You see a group marching through the forest of Hamoa. Kaza is a Kadabra, but his eyes are purple, and there's faint wisps along his shadows. He might be hosting someone at the moment. Someone that some of you are more familiar with than not. But behind him are Sigmund, Bien, Zarok, and Rallus. As they stop in front of the giant tree, the one that you all woke up at. It's been a really long time now, hasn't it? There's no one there, but Kaza calls out for Kalti. There's still no response. I know you're there, Kaza says, because I'd come here. This is where everything changed. Kalti appears, as if just choosing to stop being transparent. He says nothing, but looks at everyone and seems a little tense, maybe even a little angry. Kaza takes out a flute, and then another one. 2 perfectly identical silver flutes. Even down to the scratches on them. Kaza tosses one over to Kalti, who catches it without even looking at it in particular, and passively spins it around with his forked tail. So you did it then. Saved the day, beat the gods, talked about your feelings with the others, realized that all this time, the reason any of this happened was because of you in the first place. The last bit seemed to have some venom to it as Kalti went on. Aw, good for you. I'm so happy for you. You did it! You got everything you wanted. And now, I have nothing left to say to you. You should go. Nobody moved. Zarok seemed unsure. And Sigmund and Kaza were... Sorry. Sigmund and Bien were giving Kaltis a stern glare, with Rallus putting a hand on Kaza's shoulder. But Kaza didn't seem to want to leave. Why are you still here? Kalti asked, sounding more annoyed. What do you want me to say? You won. But you're... Kaza didn't seem to know how to get the words out. Sad. Kalti stared as if dumbstruck that this was the problem of all things, and started to laugh. Oh, Kaza. You know, once I was just like you, a stupid, aimless kid trying to find any reason to keep going. And then I met everyone. I found people I could count on, people I could love. And then I got complacent, and I made the mistake you made. Only I took it a step further and made a stupid, blinding wish because I didn't want to live without them. You were going to do the same thing. How? How could you? You got everything you wanted, and you still combined? Kalti was now standing up. And when they pass, you'll be left alone again, and you'll do it again. Everyone seemed surprised by the sheer intensity Kalti was now suddenly displaying, as his patience seemed to be spent after just a few seconds of silence. So, since you won't leave well enough alone, let's do something about it. Let's fight. Let's have a cute, minuscule, old-fashioned round of roughhousing like a couple of kitties. Calty, this... Sigmund tried to interject, but Calty cut him off. Nope, we're doing this! And Calty said with an almost sweet, sing-song voice, before his eyes flashed blue for a moment, God's killing you is gonna make me so blinding happy. Let's go, honey! Rallis teleported Kaza backwards as Bien and Zarok moved to intercept, but Caldy sent a blast forward that pushed them and Sigmund back. A beam of light shined on Calty as if it was a stage light shining down from the heavens themselves. The fight was a blur of frantic attacks before Kaza managed to let one of the shadows make a spike that skewered Calty's neck. Calty just appeared elsewhere, back in front of the tree, while Kaza was still gasping, not from his shockingly lethal attack, but it seemed like nothing happened to him. Tee-hee! Did you forget, little sweetheart? Did you forget literally everything about me? Here's a tutorial for you then. When I die, I loop back. It's okay. I know you forget literally everything. You really should decouple before it's permanent. I've seen you forgetting small things now and then. No, I just... Wait, stop distracting me, Kaza said, faltering for a moment. Calty, this... Don't do this, Sigmund said firmly. This won't fix anything. You're just killing a couple of kids. On the contrary, I'm saving the world, Calty declared. But if you like him more than me now, well, I suppose I wouldn't choose me either. The brawl continued, as none of them could afford to pull their punches. The next finishing strike was Rallis teleporting in front of Calty and punching him so hard in the chest that his fist emerged from Calty's back. And the Espeon vanished again, once again appearing in front of the tree. You know, in a way, I'm actually really proud of you. You did so well, darling. Fate brought you victory. You just had to smile and be good while everyone else did the work. And I suppose what fate wanted for me was to just shut up and take it. Everyone's favorite cosmic joke. Calty started to laugh, but there was a hint of madness finally setting in. Sigmund was next, but this wasn't an attack directly aimed at Calty. He was swinging his Vorpal blade to stop Calty's charge, but the energy exploded, sending him soaring backwards into a tree with a sickening crunch. But once again, he appeared again. However, this time there was a clear fury instead of fake happiness. You almost fucked up. You know, going and trying to fight Arceus by yourself. That's when I knew I had to step in. I went to see them. I did really well this time, you know. I managed the guild. I spent a lot of time in management, and the only times I went to see into the dungeons was to get people out. This kept me really busy, though. So it was the first time they'd seen me. So imagine my surprise when it was them. I never thought I'd see them. Those pale imitations of the party I once knew. No, I'd gotten reports, but I chose not to memorize it. Can you believe I even forgot their names sometimes? Despair and trauma does that to you, you know. But I had to talk to them this time. I was ready to tell them everything that happened to me, to tell them who I was, that they needed to rescue you. The rage is fading as now he just, for a moment, looks hollow, as there's no other word for it. And yet, when they saw me, it was like they were looking at a stranger. The others slowly lowered their stances and took this moment to breathe and use items, but despite this was becoming more uncomfortable than the fighting somehow. Rallis looked especially guilty. Can you imagine how it feels? Calty asked, but his rage was slowly surfacing again. I loved them. I loved them. I loved them. And yet they didn't recognize me. They didn't remember me because it didn't happen to me, did it? It happened to you. You're the one that got the perfect ending. Kalsi's voice starts to waver as tears start to build up on the corners of his eyes. Remembering the time I spent with them when they can't remember, this is worse. This is worse than forgetting. I wish I could forget. Can you imagine how it feels to know that some copy of you won and you're left with nothing? My team, my family, my friends, they were mine first. Then you stole them from me. The fighting got more intense than ever before as Kalti's attacks were now fully indiscriminate. Even letting up for a moment felt like you were going to die, and some reviver seeds were definitely used as he dropped astral blast after another, not caring who died any longer. Finally, for one moment, Sigmund attacked and Kalti managed to flinch. Then, him and Kaza attacked Kalti together, knocking him down with Kaza holding Sigmund's knife to his chest. The battle was over. Kalti just laid there, doing nothing and looking away. But Kaza didn't do anything, just staring at him. Just kill me already, Kalti sighed, looking tired. What? Why? Kaza asked as if confused by the question. What? Why? Isn't it obvious? I wanted to kill you, Kalti said, looking baffled. I wanted to take your place. I wanted what you have. Damn it, I still do. You don't want me around. Just kill me and get on with your stupid life. I won't come back this time. Trust me. I don't want to anymore. Kaza somehow laughed and withdrew the knife, tossing it back to Sigmund, who seemed relieved. My self-hatred isn't strong enough that I'd willingly kill myself, Kaza said with a tired smirk, looking thoroughly disheveled. You've got some weird priorities. But what if I asked you to do it? What if I want you to do this? What if dying is the ending that I want? Kalti asked. Kaza said nothing, and Kalti just finally looked at him. Darling, please just kill me. I want to be here. There's nothing else for me anyway. You won, so I should be gone. I can't go back to how things were because my past is gone. I can't go back to my friends because they don't even know me, and I don't know what happens next. Finally, tears started to fall from Kalti as he just started to cry. I don't know what to do anymore. Why did it have to be you? I wanted to. If back then I just held out a little longer, then maybe. Sigmund finally walked over and pushed Kaza off Kalti and picked him up, holding him against his chest. You really just don't get it, do you? Sigmund asked in his usual flat monotone. What is there to get? Kalti asked, but his face was buried in Sigmund's fur and it was making a mess. That you're the reason we succeeded at all? Sigmund offered. What? Kalti raised his head and looked at Sigmund. For the first time, Sigmund's gaze seemed softer. Different, somehow. You worked hard. You kept the gods in line. You let people live normal lives. You built a huge organization, and even if you weren't personally involved with many people, you gave them everything that they could need to be strong enough. Time, resources, and before that, building up other teams that would become their mentors. You're clumsy, though, inept in a lot of ways, and your skills with paperwork are terrible and give me no end of headaches. But I don't know anyone who cares about them more than you. You forget things, too. Like how you forgot that you always wanted to go see them. You wanted to encourage them personally, but had faith that they'd be fine. You were right, you know. You're lying. Kalti's voice sounded weaker, but he couldn't look away. That's a waste of effort, Sigmund said flatly. You're lying, Kalti insisted. I'm not, Sigmund insisted in return. You're... Kalti. Bane told me to send you his thanks. The whole team does. Sigmund cut him off. You went missing right after the victory, after all, so they couldn't tell you in person. Thanks? To me? Kalti asked, his desire to resist clearly leaving him by the second. Yeah. Who else personally led them through heaven, and then sent messages to the rest of us to follow the path that you'd quite literally carved out? Sigmund asked. Kalti said nothing. And carefully, Sigmund brought a hand to his face and started wiping away his tears. Why couldn't it be me? Kalti asked. I don't know. It's just how things worked out, but it's over. You might as well start learning how to be you. And that starts with introductions. Again. Sigmund turned towards the rest of the group, still cradling the miserable cat in his arms. Hi, I'm Kalti? Kalti seemed unsure about how to go about this. Sorry for trying to kill you. The others started to speak, but seemed willing enough to start forgiving. And the scene ends.
Oh boy. I think it's a good thing Chomper took that break between them.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Chomper's just kind of standing there. You don't really see his face, but you can tell there's been tears around where he's at as the floor is damp.
There's also tears on Elvis's face. Although his face just looks neutral for a moment. Before he just smiles for a moment, but then he also then frowns again. He's very conflicted at the moment. And Wade is just stone-faced.
That was 200. The highest number we've seen is in the 70,000s.
So is anybody going to ask the obvious question here? Wade is going to interject.
You mean why we're still in this if 200 successfully beat the gods and apparently won?
Yes, exactly.
Well, Kalti... It's obvious he doesn't control this. He is not in control of the loop. And the reason that I know that is because there's that version of me that killed him until he stayed dead. Which means he doesn't have to be alive for the loop to happen, which means the loop is self-sustaining. It does not require Kalti's intent or will for it to happen.
Wade is trying to cover his face with his little stick fingers, but he can't because they're so small. And he's just going to say, "Oh, this is fantastic. The whole this whole thing with the loop is some sort of contract that I don't even think Kalti even remembers. It has to be it has to be fulfilled for it to be stopped."
And we don't know what the details are.
Well, at the very least, we can say that it was one time where it ended up going into a happy ending. So it is possible.
A happy ending. I mean, I guess, but imagine what 201 was like.
Yeah. Well, you know, as much as a roller coaster of emotions most of us are feeling at the moment, there is one thing that there is a good thing about seeing all this. Now we kind of know there's something that we need to look out for if we actually want to end this cycle. We actually had to find a way to relearn that contract that Culti made on Timeline Zero.
That is a goal, yes.
Hey, I know we want to get get on and get back to the real world as soon as we can, but maybe we should maybe we should rest for a bit. Actually just rest up even if we're almost towards the end, because I think most of us need it.
I'm fine.
Chomper, do not push yourself. Do not push yourself when you are barely keeping it together. It is not good for you.
Chomper doesn't answer.
Could we at least agree to take like an hour rest before we continue onwards with the timeline of events? Just to at least get a bit of a short break, legitimate short break.
I mean, I don't really see anything wrong with that, but well, we also are very near to the end. So, if we do take a break, yeah, let's keep it short.
What do you guys say? He's basically saying that to the others. Pyroclast
Toronto seems for it.
Squirrel
Pyro
just
raises his
nods.
claw.
Scruff blinks.
Elba just nods as he's going out of the temple to call out for Lap and Bex that they can come back.
Vex asks, "So was it a good one?"
It was informative.
Oh,
It wasn't. It was just a lot of information. You wouldn't be interested in it, Bex.
oh, it was a lot of talking. Okay, I'm fine without that.
There was a lot of talking, yes.
So we're going to take a short break before we continue towards the end. I think we're almost done with this illusion.
Oh, okay.
Elba is smiling. But you can probably see that he's trying to force in the smile.
Elva, are you okay?
I am fine, Bex. Just a little bit stressed out.
Uh-huh.
We just been watching a lot of weird stuff recently. I just think I need to a break to just ponder things over.
Vex doesn't seem entirely convinced, but he doesn't know how to press this.
Fair. Elvis,
He is,
Elvis,
unfortunately, a child.
yeah. And Elvis just trying his best to remain positive at the moment.
Shrug.
Ah, hey, I know. We are invisible at the moment, right? Like the things around here can't see us.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Bex, Lab. How about we play a bit of hide and seek on our rest? That sounds like a fun idea.
You'll never find me.
I know, but I'll still try.
Sure. Alright.
Yeah, and Tino Warrior are going to go ahead and do that.
I'm gonna go steal from the tithe. So I guess they go and do that.
Yep.
Yeah. You in Final Fantasy in music.
Everyone probably takes a very much needed break.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vane is mostly just thinking about all this.
Hmm? Where is actually heading out of the temple for a moment and just looking at the surroundings of the place.
Chomper has their headphones on. They're listening, but they take one ear out to look and see everybody's already kind of moved around. They actually move over to Squirrel for a moment and just simply ask, "Hey, Squirrel, how are you feeling? How's your body after all that? Are you healing up?"
Yeah, I'm getting better.
That's good. How about all this stuff going on? You doing okay? A lot of stuff we're learning right now. It's kind of heavy.
I'm still figuring it all out. What it means for us and everything.
Yeah, same. I'm just, it's a lot of stuff to take in and it's hitting pretty hard. I kind of get bits and pieces of everybody's feelings, and these are all really strong feelings all the time that we're looking at, so it's kind of exhausting me. But I'm glad to hear that you're at least feeling better physically. Um, hey, soon, if you want, I kind of want to take my mind off this stuff. Be nice to kind of see how strong you've gotten. If you want to do a spar or something soon.
We can try that when I'm better, yeah.
Yeah, definitely when you're better. I don't want to do that and, you know, bring up a past injury. All right. Are you hungry at all?
He shakes his head at that.
Chopper nods and just sits down with you and just kind of basically takes a moment to kind of chill out, although they are avidly kicking their foot around, wanting to do something. And Chopper's kind of just gonna plop there as they are just trying to take off their mind off it, but there's really nothing that they can think to do besides that they could do in this place at the moment.
I mean, you could try and explore. We are in the Temple of Arceus, after all. I'm saying that out of head, by the way.
Oh yeah, I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Chomper does look up and mentions, "Hey, well, if you want to do anything, we could. Everybody seems to be looking around here. If we can't practice or spar, I guess we could,
Oh,
you know,
I'm
check
never
around."
quite so comfortable as when I'm at least 6 feet under.
Nothings has purchased 25 tabletop cards packs.
Ido, thank you so very much for that purchase. Thank you for supporting the channel. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Before that happened, Chomper was just poking at Squirrel, saying, "Well, if you feel like walking around and doing something else, we've been looking at all these memories for a while, and I guess it would be good to take a break. If we can't practice, I guess we could look around here together for a bit. I know you'd probably rather be working on your stuff with your weapons, but maybe we'll find something you can use for your weapons."
Squirrel shrugs at that, looking around the area. I don't think I'll be able to keep anything from here anyways, though.
Yeah, true. Well, might be fun. Might give you an idea. Let me know. Be like what we used to do before you left. You can explore and find things and do something. Been kind of pretty stressful. Just all this stuff going on and learning about everything. I've learned a lot, but yeah.
I like the conversation going up in the chat at the moment.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot that we've been learning, but I have no idea what to do with it or how it pertains to us, or like out of our group, the only one that it seems to have anything to do with is Vane.
Yeah.
I think I only saw myself in one of them. And that was the only reference there.
Yeah, I'm not in it either, but all this stuff does affect us in some way. Because, well, I've seen Kaza, I've seen CL, I've seen. I don't think you've. I don't know if you've seen Kalti too much, but he's someone who's come by and we've talked to him. And he's somebody who, well, I do care about him too. He's going through a lot, and he's pretty much both of our friends combined in a way. I'm just trying to understand something where I can help for later, so we don't end up like a lot of these visions we've been seeing. Just want us to all be safe and be able to, be happy. It seems like there's a lot going on right now. We may not be in these, but maybe we can look at what's going on so we can avoid having the bad things happen again,
There doesn't seem to be any end to the variety of bad things that could happen.
Yeah, I want to try to have that stop. I know not learning about it's not going to make it stop. And I've been trying to just stay in my own head and do my own things to not think about it, but it doesn't stop bad things from happening. So that's why I'm trying to listen and see if I can stop it from happening next time. Yeah. Either way, I'd say we take our mind off it for now. At least take a moment to breathe. If you want to explore, I'm up for it. If you just want to sit down for a while, that's fine too. Just want to make sure you're okay.
I think it's best if I just stay put. Not rock anything.
Well, I want you to rock with me if you ever want to. I like when we rock together. I'm not sure what you mean by rock anything, but I miss when we used to play and do things together. When you're around. I'll go ahead and stop bothering you. You must have a lot on your mind. I'll see you later, squirrel.
Okay, Chopper. Suddenly you feel yourself be hit in the face by water.
What? Paz? Chopper just instantly thinks Paz did a headshot, looks around. That's you? Wait, huh? Chopper.
Elba's shaking his head. Oh, no. Sorry there. I missed.
What what were you aiming for? Chopper wipes the water off their face.
Elba's suddenly he's getting his hand near his face and then spilling water out of it, and then from there the water just remains putting his hands, and you see him holding a water ball, what was basically a water ball. We were just playing some dodgeball and I missed and I ended up hitting you. I'm sorry.
Dodgeball sounds fun.
Oh,
Are you still playing?
yes. Would you like to help to play with us?
Chopper smiles, finally, just having something to take their mind off what's going on, and just nods, and then goes to join you. They turn the squirrel though, real quick. Hey, want to join us? I would, love to have you, but if you still want to rest, it's okay. But come join us; it's fun. Then Chopper's gonna just go ahead and go with Elva.
Oh, Chomper, do you know how to make a water ball like this and make it stay solid for a few moments?
Solid water? No, I usually just kind of spray it out. I've made it really hot before. and kind of combined it with fire, but never really made it into a ball, I don't think. How do you do that?
Well, this is not exactly a move. It's just something I've practiced a few times with trying to manipulate my water. It doesn't really do any damage, so that's why I'm using it for dodgeball.
Oh, that's really good. Yeah, that usually the ones that pass it kind of hurts a little bit, but I don't tell them. But okay, yeah, please teach me.
No, I'd be happy to.
Chomper's very interested in learning a new thing that could be applied to a possible move.
Yeah. Well, Elba is going to try and instruct Chomper in it, and he's probably going to be a bit too academic in his instructions for Chomper to understand him, but he'll try. But at the same time, he's still playing dodgeball with Bex and Lab, so he's having Chomper joining on that.
Chomper happily joins. They look over at Squirrel, thinking for a moment they want to just grab Squirrel and like tug him, like really grab them by the arm and bring them along. But thinking about the injury, possibly they stop. But they do look at Squirrel, just kind of like smiling and giving a wave of like, "Come on, come over here," at least a couple times.
Squirrel is just shaking his head and just kind of sitting on the ground.
Chomper has one moment of kind of their face goes from smiling to just middle like aw, but then they just kind of nod and go back to talking with Elva.
Yeah, but well, Elba is basically playing all different kinds of games with Bex and Lab while in their downtime, and I suppose Chopper just joined them on that, which Elba is quite happy to let him join in.
Hey, Chomper's happy to have something that can take their mind off and be doing something that's more of a like playing than actually something super serious or seeing something very, very sad or intense.
Elba is happy to indulge in that. Anybody else want to do anything in this downtime?
I mean, it's mostly just downtime stuff, so it's like...
Yeah, that's fair.
Scruff is always on downtime.
Always bimbling about.
He's not bimbling. I believe he's still on top of Archineers' head.
Ah.
It's floofy.
Artanis' head is kind of floofy.
It's floofy, and he can see literally everyone from up there. Perfect way to keep an eye on them all.
Scruff has eagle eyes.
Ha! No.
Well, it's Vane with the good eyesight, but
Scruff has not got good eyesight. He has a good sense of smell, and I find it very amusing that he has got oblivious as one of his traits.
Oblivious is pretty funny, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Yes. Cannot see people making a move on him. He can only snuffle.
Mm-hmm.
Right now he snuffles floof.
But yeah, shall we continue now that the break has been had?
Wait.
Well, one thing. Artanis is going to approach Squirrel. So, you're kind of weirdly reclusive. Pretty different than the last time I saw you.
This is the one that made his weapon look weird, right?
Yes.
Yes, he's the one that maliciously used illusions against you.
Squirrel is just glaring at him.
What?
He brings his tail around and hugs his axe to his chest.
Oh, you're still on that? Alright, look, sorry I didn't know it'd affect you that much.
What do you want?
Wondering what happened to you, actually. What crawled up your butt? Last time I saw you, you seemed pretty lively. Now you're just like... I don't know. A spot on the wall.
I don't even think it's been a week since then, I know. Also, I don't know why the sound didn't play, but a memory moment card was played.
It's whenever it's one of those has been played, it maybe just bugged out.
Also, it has been exactly a week because it happened on day 5.
Thumbs up.
We're on day 12.
Okay.
Artanis doesn't take many things seriously.
Why did that card not play a sound, though?
Weird.
Anyways, ADHD moment aside, what did you say? Sorry?
I believe he gave a half-hearted apology to Squirrel, saying that he didn't know it would affect him that much.
It's the first thing I made.
How was I supposed to know that?
It's something my friend helped me make. Gave up a lot to make it. At least temporarily, anyways. And you messed with it.
Only with an illusion. It wasn't real. You know, like painting. Like I put paint on it. Except it's only more removable than ever.
I still don't trust you.
I guess that's not unreasonable. but like also you could be more alive.
He shakes his head. I think it's better for everyone if I am calm.
He's gonna look over to Vane and like point below, like, that's calm. Think you can just be like different, because I don't know if this status quo is working out.
You want me to make that worse?
No, I'm just saying, like, if things are already like this, like, you could just, I don't know, do things if the status quo sucks.
Me doing anything upsets Vane. So I'm going to do nothing. At least while we're here. We don't need his dark whatever getting worse.
Well, alright then. I tried. I think you're overthinking things, though. And Artanis leaves.
Okay, before we jump, up, I do want to do something with Wade.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so Wade is just outside of the temple, just looking around, looking to see if there is anybody around that could observe him.
Not at the moment.
Wade is just going to give a bit of a sigh. Okay, I am calm now. I think it's try might try this out. It's been a while. Yeah, well, Wade is going to like put his thick arm and his thick fingers forward, and he's going to close his eyes. He's looking like he's concentrating, and Wade is basically trying to summon his weapon.
Oh boy.
Should I do a roll for that? What kind of roll would I do? What would that be?
Let's see. That would...
I'm merely wondering what skill to use.
I am pondering, since that is channeling divine. Maybe presence. Seems like a pretty good catch-all for those sorts of things.
Ah.
I guess it depends on the
unless a
method
ritual is required.
What were you saying there, Tal?
I was just saying it also depends about like, is it like an actual weapon, or are you like summoning like a move version of a weapon?
No, it's an actual weapon.
Oh, okay, because there is. I don't know if we actually made it properly, but there is a planned mechanical one where like you can summon a weapon back to you. It doesn't require a roll. You're just able to do it. It just takes an action. If you want to make it a roll, you can make it a roll. I'm just...
No, that's fair. Well, this is basically materializing a weapon in front of him. He's not getting like a physical weapon back into his hands. So that's what I should probably roll. So I guess I'll go with Soul Forceful Presence.
All right.
That's supposed to be Wade, but
Pretty good roll, though.
yeah.
It works out.
Yeah, 7.
Alrighty. You feel pulses. Pulses of electricity in your being. However, it begins to dissipate. Almost as if... No. Are you being rejected? Before something happens, and there is a link made, and a familiar spear crashes down beside you.
Wade open his eyes and looks at the spear in front of him.
Seems to have been resized, but this isn't it in its full glory. This seems like a pale imitation of it, but it is here, at least in some facet.
Wade is frowning at seeing the way his weapon is looking at the moment. And he's going to look at his stick as he's going to open and close them for a moment. Then he's just going to close his eyes and just say, "Damn it, that demon was actually correct." At the very least, he hasn't completely rejected me, though. But this is troubling. Well, Wade is going to try and like grab the spear with his stick arms. He usually wouldn't be able to grab something like this with them, but I guess the resizing allows him to do it.
Yes, it does.
He can clumsily, well, not clumsily hold it for a moment before he balances it.
Something surges through your arm as you grasp the spear. Well, at least some things are... Wait, no. Even this is lesser than it used to be. Oh well. Still something.
Wade sighs and just nods his head. Yeah, this... yeah, this is troubling. At the same time, the fact that that demon was correct. I truly I truly am mediocre. But I can't just really dabble on that for long. There are things that need to be done. And Wade with a bit of a determined look on his face, Wade is going to bring his spear with him back into the temple.
So how'd it go? The teddy ourselves is sitting as if it was waiting for him.
Wade is looking at the Wade is looking at the Tediorza. He almost looks angry, but his expression is more like resignation as he just gives a bit of a sigh and nods. Well, those words that you told me earlier, you were unfortunately correct.
So you know what you need to do then.
Wade gives a bit of a sigh and just looks like he's thinking. One moment.
On an aside, because of having just stared at astral energy for a good bit with the whole Saint Sigmund, would Vayne be able to recognize that the weapon has astral energy? Because I'm assuming it has astral.
It does. It's in fact a dual typed weapon.
Oh, dual aspected, nice. What are its aspects?
Lightning and electric and astral.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry there.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Okay, and what I was saying with Wade, he's going to like fold his arms for a moment as he was thinking and just say, I believe so. At least I have some idea of what it is that I'm lacking at the moment.
Talking. Look at your aspects. Look at your primary virtues again, and it should be fairly obvious what you are not doing that you should be doing.
Wade grits his teeth and just nods. No, yes, you are correct.
Cool. So start negotiating and making peace with yourself first and foremost.
Wade just looks down and he just nods in a bit of resignation.
I won't tell the others that we had this conversation.
I appreciate that.
Yep. Anyway, good luck.
Wade doesn't exactly know how to feel about being scolded about not following his aspect by a demon. But unfortunately that is what happens to him, so he has to live with it.
Told by a demon of sloth that he's not doing his job.
Indeed.
Expert opinion.
Not doing a job. I approve.
Yeah, but technically, a demon of sloth is doing his job by doing nothing.
I'm guessing Wade is just going to keep the spear with him.
Yep. It's not going
Alright.
away at the moment.
Vane will at least comment, that's an interesting pair of types for it.
Ah, you can you can tell what they are, do you?
I just spent multiple minutes staring at Sigmund after he was blessed with astral energy. I think I'm pretty familiar with what it looks like by now.
Wait, nuts. You are very perceptive, but then again, I already knew that. Still, though, yeah. You could tell the other typing for it as well.
That would be electric, yes.
Wait, nuts. That is correct.
Which is a little bit ironic for you to have, but it does make sense.
It is a bit of a part of my covenant with Rayquaza, you could say. He is one of his aspects is being the god of the skies, after all.
Well,
even if he's not elected himself, that is how he manifested in me, at least.
well, I won't pretend to understand the whole dynamic between saints and gods and what exact blessings they get, so I guess at least take it as a good sign that you're even able to still summon it.
That is true. I am glad that I can. Although, there's some things I need to work on, but at the very least, if it does feel good knowing that I can rely on this. It almost feels like I'm getting parts of myself back again.
Well, at least there's that.
Yeah. Actually, talking about perception, do you mind me testing something out, Bane?
It depends entirely on what it is.
I just want to basically get my spear near your shadow. I'm not going to touch it, not slash it with it. Just get it near it.
Well, I don't think anything bad will happen from you getting near it, but make sure not to touch it.
Yeah, exactly. But okay, then Wade is going to basically he's actually going to like hold it backwards and begin getting the butt of the spear and near Bane's shadow.
Alrighty then. The shadow keeps at least 4 inches away from it at all times. Almost like a pool of water being repelled.
Wait, not as he just sees the shadow basically acting like the same size of a magnet towards his spear. Ah. Okay. You know, earlier when I saw your shadow being flame, catching flame from him when it touched Sigmund's blood, I did felt something staring at it, and I just wanted to confirm whether that was true or not. Looking at it closer, yeah, it does. That does make sense, although it is still astounding.
Would you mind explaining, or are you going to keep being vague?
No, I'll explain it. Your shadow has developed demonic typing.
Wait, as like an actual typing?
Yes.
Well, I've never heard of it referred to as a typing. Well, I mean, I guess the only exception being I did hear about there being demonic magic, but I thought that was a descriptor, not a typing.
Wait, nuts. Well, it Astral is supposed to be as much of a secret as the demonic typing is. So it makes sense you have not heard about it, especially in this world because it apparently doesn't have demons anymore.
I suppose that would make it rare, and given that my shadow's emulating a demon, I guess it's a little bit more than emulating at this point.
Yeah, no, it is straight up has the typing itself. I suppose you could call it dark demonic at this point, which is astounding that it has developed at this point. I guess when Valve said that it basically was a demon waiting to be born or something of the sort, he wasn't kidding.
Yeah. Well, I guess this just gives me extra reason to tell people not to touch my shadow.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what demonic typing does, but well, I'm just going to assume that it isn't exactly beneficial for others. At least until otherwise proven. I guess I could ask Culty or Sigmund more.
They may know more about it. I can't tell you some stuff though. Well, as long as it's astral, or as long as it's something is astral or fairy, I do believe that those are the things that it will just immediately just respond negative towards because it be basically doubly weak to them. Or actually even more,
or because of the dark demonic.
Actually even more so, yeah. If I remember correctly, demonic is actually doubly weak to astral by itself.
Alright, well I guess I'll just have to enforce the whole don't touch my shadow with fairy type things even more. Well, at least this was helpful to learn.
Wait, nuts. Indeed. I'm happy that I could help some. But Wade is just going to look at the sky and just look at the Arceus, at whatever the pictures of Arceus are there in the church, and just say, "For being the you are such a disgrace for as the top god of this world. I can barely even bear to look upon your image." And Wade is just going to remain silent after that.
Alright, so is that going to be the
Yeah, that will be Wade's scenes. Yeah.
Cool.
Actually, I am kind of curious. Does Scroll have any reaction to Wade coming in, basically past just holding a spear, a fancy looking one at that?
It's more a question if Squirrel would even notice.
He is coming into the church. He's not exactly trying to hide it, but yeah, you can go ahead and roll.
Well, it's more Squirrel's kind of just in his own head right now.
Understandable.
I'd say that'd be enough for him to notice. He'll look up over at it, tilting his head, but he looks like he kind of gives a little, like, movement, but then just goes back to sitting still.
No, that's fair enough. Yeah, I suppose that's the end of that scene then.
Cool. So, time skip time, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I think so. The hour passes, and people are, well, rested probably as much as they're going to be.
Yeah.
As Atrano gathers everyone once more to ask, so, we ready for the next one? Or should I just say what it is so we can get past it? As he does seem to be looking at something and frowning a lot.
Well, we might as well hear what it is.
Yeah,
All
do
right.
tell us.
Well, the one that matters is Sigmund finding CL and bringing him back. And then making sure that in no uncertain terms that the team is over. And he never wants to see him ever again.
Oh. I guess y'all disappearing on me deeply affected him.
Well, it's not the first time Ciel has completely disappeared on him.
This time it must have been extra hard on him, though. And I guess
Well,
I
I'm
did.
saying that that's probably why.
Yeah. And they did ended up getting quite close.
Well, we should probably watch it. What else is after that?
After that is the Arceus incident where he blows up a tree. And after that, Kalti takes Sigmund to Marten, and they start working together on a few things. And
Wolf.
Sigmund collecting a lot of journals, but that one's not really any memory. I think that would about do it.
Alright, so at most 3. Do you guys want to watch Seal getting dragged back and Sigmund ending things, or is it worth enough just knowing that it happens?
You know, honestly, as much as I am kind of curious about this, I'm not entirely sure if I want to watch Sigmund just breaking things up with CL like that, because I can only imagine that despite CL's state of being, that's going to leave him devastated. I can actually imagine it. But it's honestly it's not my place to say. Personally, I'm just along. Me and my team are just along for the ride in this regard.
All right, Chomper.
Yeah, Well, I guess unless we're learning something else, I kind of have a feeling how that's gonna go down. Though, Seo has surprised me with how he's acted before too. But I think I know how Sigmund and Seo are gonna act during that one.
So you want to skip it then?
Chomper does nod slowly.
All right. Well, on to the Arceus incident then. This one's probably going to be nasty, but this one is very much so critical.
Oh boy.
Toronto nods and hopes that skipping one of those is fine, but ideally, yes.
Chomper looks at Atrano. Do you think we should skip him, or would that be bad?
I mean, I don't know. We probably know how it's gonna go down because Sigmund gets rough with him, like really rough.
I mean, this is his wish. The part of the reason we're going through it fully is to make sure that he doesn't have any, regrets and doesn't make one again on accident that pulls us into another one of these.
Sorry. I just really want to understand what's going on, and it's really hard. With Sigmund and with you, Vane. I think I'm up there. Just
do you feel like you have? Do you feel like you have learned? Do you feel like you have actually learned stuff, Chomper?
Chomper nods slowly, but still looks like deep in thought. Yeah.
Elba's gonna come close to Chomper and just look at him in the eyes, then take his hands and just say, "What have you learned?" Just say it to me in short bursts. Come on, let's go over this stuff.
Yeah, I was hoping we'd actually take a time after we're done to recap everything, because it's been a lot. I just definitely know I don't feel the same way I did before about Sigmund, and I've learned a lot about how Vane and what he goes through and how that dark spiral works. And Chomper's going to take a moment to go over what he's learned from Vane. The same thing he took the notes over about how the dark spiral has the different tiers and whatnot as well.
And also all the stuff that you have learned about Sigmund by basically watching his life in fast forward.
Yes. Mainly taking time to go through all the parts about the struggles that he's gone through with his life and how much he's been trying to basically get through it while not actually being maybe the rough, bad person someone may thought he was. He's been just kind of having a rough life and pushing forward with it.
Indeed. Elba's just going to nod every time you take a break, as if acknowledging that you acknowledging the recap.
It's still very much rough, but it's more focused on the emotions and the people, from Chomper's perspective. But it is getting the gist of it. Even though still with all this stuff with the gods and reincarnation, yeah, right now I don't know if it's from what I've been feeling from Sigmund or others, but things do need to change. I've already wanted what was going on with the gods to stop, but it really does seem like what's going on with Arceus and the gods that are not reincarnating and making everything not balanced. It's endangering not just us, but everybody. I really started this really wanting to understand Sigmund and Vane so I could protect what happened with us from happening again. The parasites from hurting us like we did with Scruff. From having that time where Squirrel had to run away, or felt like they had to run away. Because we weren't really working together and everything was hard. The spiral wasn't making it easier, but there was a lot more than that too. There's literally gods that want us to be evil on top of that. I was just trying to understand what I could, and I understand it better. I understand Sigmund and Vane a lot better. There's still going to be a lot of stuff to do about these gods, though. You know, actually, I don't want to skip this. I think it might be important. Everything's important. There might be something, even like a little thing that could give us something that could help us not get hurt in the future by the things that are trying to hurt us. Whether it's something that's in ourselves or we've gone through, or these. Chomper stops himself before he says it. These ones that are called gods here.
Elvis just to give a bit of a smile and just began rubbing Chomper's head. You're a good kid, Chomper. You know that?
Chomper closes his eyes. It is a bit confused. There's a warmth though, and a smile. If you say so. I just trying to do my best. Thanks.
Well, let me just say this. I know this is all part. I know we are partly stuck here because of your wish, but your wish was brought about because you wanted to understand things that you don't understand, so that you could act better and act upon those things to make things better for those you care about. So most of your actions are simply that you want to improve the lives of others.
Chomper looks around at everybody, lingering on each one of their teammates. And that literally, pretty much, you can expect who he's lingering on. The original team, of course, for a while, but he's also looking at everyone new who's been here as well. Yeah, I just want us to be able to be happy.
You know,
yeah.
Even though we have gone into a situation where there's just a lot of stuff just waiting in on us. There is no reason for us not to be able to enjoy these. Enjoy the small stuff when you can. You know, that is basically the motto of my team. I know we kind of joke. I know we kind of joke around when it comes to the name of my team that it is Team No Worry, because we don't worry about stuff. But it's actually meant to say is that the name of my team is that we want to lessen the worries of others. And after witnessing all of this, even though it does weigh heavily on my mind, I am determined to still lessen the worries of others.
Chomper smiles at that.
I'm not entirely sure what I can do at the moment to that, but I know I'll be able to figure it out, and I think you will and I think you will be able to figure it out as well.
Thank you. I wish I could think like that all the time. Yeah. Chomper nods.
Elba just smiles at Chomper. Well, I suppose we should. We should keep going then.
All right, let's get going.
All right. So we're going to the next scene or the following one.
I guess Elba ended up changing Chomper's minds by accident.
So we
Well,
are seeing Sigmund lose his shit and disband the team.
all right.
Fun times.
Happy fun times. No.
Well, all right. Everyone's taken back to the top of the desolate mountain, where Sigmund appears again with CL. Sigmund's face could not be darker, as CL seems a bit worried and confused. Hey, Sigmund, you look older. Sigmund says nothing, keeping his back turned as he starts to walk away. You got new fur? That's cool. Didn't know you could do that. CL. Yeah? You have been missing for a very time now. I was? Yes, CL. It has been 17 years. What? Yes. Sorry? I'm sorry also. Huh? What for? For wasting time, actually. Huh? I mean, imagine my surprise to find you, for all intents and purposes, having a fun little time with those fairies. Not even aware of what I've done. I've been trying for a very long time to find you, manually searching the plains alongside tree, using every method that I could think of, that I could conceive of to find any trace of you. And you, I don't believe you'll ever understand. Part of me doesn't even think that this was worth it in the end. That maybe I should have left you missing, but I can't. I couldn't. Because during the time you went missing, you were my responsibility. You always have been my responsibility. Make this very clear. The last time I'm cleaning up after you, CL. As he is going to take his badge off, turn around and crush it in his hand. We are done. What? Hey, Sigmund, that's gonna be expensive. But we can get a new one issued. No, CL. I'm going to turn around. And I'm going to leave. And I never want to see you again. So, like, blindfold? Let me say this, maybe in a way that you will understand. You are useless to me in every facet of it, in every conceivable notion. I don't need you. I've gotten much stronger since we were last seen together. And no, this fur isn't a cosmetic change, you dolt. But maybe if I just show you, you'll get it. That I have left you behind. As Sigmund is going to toss a satchel, CL, full of healing items. What? Come on, CL. Show me. Show me why I should keep you around, even after all this time. Well, there's one thing you can never beat me at. I'll show you that you're making a mistake. As CL takes a stance, only for the following punch to be parried, followed with a strong counter to his gut that leaves him on the ground, stunned. Get up. You might need a citrus for that one, though. CL seems to be having a hard time breathing, but the citrus berry does help as he seems confused and tries again and again and again as the hours go by and the satchel grows emptier. CL trying everything to land one hit on Sigmund. And again, it is stopped and countered. He's not even dodging. He is stopping them with equal force or slamming him back to the ground. And finally, once CL is out of every item, Sigmund walks over, picks up his badge, CL's badge, specific, holds it above his head so that he can watch him do it, and crushes it. We're done here. Good luck getting down. As Sigmund turns and vanishes, leaving CL on top of the mountain with Tree silent.
Chomper's rubbing a thumb over the BFF badge. They're breathing heavily, like they're sighing, but they're not crying. If I can ask, what time did this one take place exactly, compared to the other ones?
This is not a this is not one of the alternate timelines. This is just something we saw.
Yeah.
You mean at what point in Sigma's life this happened?
Yep, this was an event that happened in Sigmund's actual life.
Or at least the current one.
Yeah.
Yeah. If nothing else, Vane legitimately understood that whole responsibility section of Sigmund's little tirade.
Wade is pondering, but he's not saying out loud whether Sigmund is still capable of doing that, or what, or did the being a saint give him an extra oomph. He's wondering if current Sigmund is actually still capable of doing such a thing.
I mean, you could roll to try to find out.
honestly though, being missing for 17 years. Wow, I honestly wonder what CO was doing all that time. He was apparently frolicking with fairies in some other plane.
And he wasn't getting older either.
Oh,
In fact, I
those-
think he was a little bit younger.
oh, it's those kinds of fairies. Okay, fair enough.
Of course, it is also entirely possible that CL just didn't realize it was 17 years.
Yeah,
Both are very likely.
I'm worried about CO too. I wonder what's going on in his life. Man, as Chomper throws a rock. Kidding.
I mean, he
Kidding.
gets married and has 3 kids.
Total kidding. Imagine if that happened again with CL now. We have to go through CL's whole thing.
I mean, funnily enough, he could have being in some sort of time stasis in whatever place he was at. I've heard of fairies of some fairies being able to do such a thing, but who knows? It still doesn't. I mean, Sigmund still fell all that time. Well, even if CL didn't.
Atrano shrugs. We can't really know how much of it was CL's fault. We know he doesn't do a very good job of explaining himself.
Unfortunately so.
Chomper shakes his head. I don't think I need to understand CL. I probably understand CL more than I understand Sigmund even now. Yeah, I just don't like how I see stuff in CL that I can recognize.
Well, for that whole understanding thing, we are about to see what is quite possibly the most important event in Sigmund's life.
Chomper nods with determination.
Not going to lie, I'm actually kind of looking forward to see how this goes down. After witnessing snippets of the Arceus of this world.
Then it's time for the next scene. As we're fast forwarding, as we are returning to, or rather, we are still here as the skies part. And Arceus descends upon the mountain. Now it is just a tree. CL is no longer here, but not long after landing, Sigmund appears next to Arceus, looking tense. So this is the one that you spent time with while under my service? I was merely traversing the dimensions to locate something. I was finishing with my responsibilities, Sigmund said, his voice very tense. As you know, I have brought many ideas and amusements to you. There's nothing that you are displeased with. You are correct. However, your behavior does seem a little unusual regarding them, though. I think you are capable enough, and you always have been without this. I have cut ties with them. And others. The fact remains that while they exist, you cannot wholly dedicate the entirety of your heart to me. What are you? Sigmund isn't allowed to finish, though, as the ring around Arceus is low, and a sphere appears before Tree, exploding forward and practically vaporizing them, as well as a good section of the top of the mountain. Sigmund is silent as he is staring, but his eyes are quavering. And Arceus clears their throat. There. Now all the distractions are gone. Sigmund, I have one last commandment for you. I command you to forgive me. Sigmund. As Arceus seems confused as to why he is not immediately doing so. Ah, are you keeping me waiting again? Trying to catch me off guard with my own request? No, not this time. Though I will admit I enjoy your cheekiness now and then. Forgive you, Sigmund asked, as if the concept seemed alien to him. You want me to forgive you? Well, of course. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you having a trouble? Do you need something? Was it just a bit loud? I suppose it was a bit loud. Your ears must be ringing. I didn't take that into consideration. Usually you're more protected than... Sigmund is not going to let Arceus finish, in letting them go about their little rant, before putting his hand over his chest and seeming to turn something 180 degrees, before placing his hands together as a scythe composed of pure astral energy will begin to manifest in his hands. Sigmund? Sigmund, what is... You should have never touched that. As Sigmund soars forward and promptly carves from Arceus's top right shoulder to the bottom left of their chest, rends their body open with a swift motion. And the top of the mountain is painted with the golden ichor as he swings again and again and again like a madman, carving into the neck, the legs, the torso, anything that he could possibly connect with, before the blade almost reaches his forehead and he stops. His entire body seizing up as Arceus's bloodied form shudders and tries to stand, sounding enraged. You would do this to your beloved? I'm ashamed of you, naughty child. Then, if this is your answer, then I will this time punish you for your insolence, as mayhaps I should have been doing all this time. As the golden light appears once again, as it is all ripped from Sigmund and tossed skyward, as Arceus then begins to trample and assault a Sigmund who is not able to...
It's not able to what?
He is not able to do so much as
Ah,
And when he is done, Arceus, out of breath, grumbles, I need to return as these wounds are. I will be back. We will continue this later. As in a bout of light, Arceus vanishes. And Sigmund is left there, unmoving, barely conscious, and looking normal. Or rather, like a shiny Delphox is normally, but emptier. Atrano releases a hard sigh as he will admit that he had to try quite hard not to join Sigmund in that frenzy, and wonder, no, it would have been pointless. This is just stage play. But I wanted to bring that thing with my own 2 hands.
Wade is going to nod and look down as he responds. Honestly, same here. I am very upset about this.
You know, it really is a shame that all of that didn't get rid of that little problem then and there. Would have made things a lot easier.
Honestly, it would have just that excuse of a Pokemon Besmirchers. I don't know why I can't pronounce that.
It's besmirch, yeah.
Yeah, Besmirchers, the name of Lord Arceus. He may not be the direct cut I saw, but he still is the top cut of Pokemon, and seeing him like this, it is just quite the it's quite the roller coaster of emotions for me. Wade is just shaking his head.
Well, so long as those emotions don't stay that new spear of yours, should the time come, good luck figuring them out.
Thank you.
Toronto's going to ask if they should hurry to the last one then.
Yeah, it's culty bring Sigmund to Marten, so it'll at least be helpful to know something about Marten, considering Culty's advice to himself was to go talk to Marten.
Would it be Chomper? Would you like to talk to Sigmund while he's like this, or
is he even conscious?
He is very
technically
stubborn.
Yes.
Honestly, I'd say yes. If he is conscious, then yeah, Chomper, go and talk to him if you want to. After that, I think your business may just give him a little comfort, as much comfort as anything happening after that could give.
Chomper just nods. They have a look that's honestly similar to what Sigmund looks like right now.
All
Enja,
right.
I'm getting Sigma's just kind of right over there.
Yeah, he has been left upon the floor, beaten and broken.
Well, Chomper's throwing the whole don't affect timeline thing to the wayside a bit because they're immediately going to be trying to heal Sigmund.
Pyro, would you like to take a look at Sigmund?
Sure. Let's see. 5, 7, 10. Aye.
Very polarizing, but positive.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's up to like a 5 now. Yeah, you're at a 5.
I'll use my 2 soul on this.
Alright.
Nice.
Alright.
Now it's a 9.
Alright. Well. Physically, he's not good. Spiritually, he's got about 60% of his soul.
Oh.
Remember that one Arceus did say he still had those soul fragments left. That would explain things.
Once Chomper is done with his talk, let's just say for now, Arceus did a lot more than just physically harm Sigmund.
I mean, he also took back everything he gave him. Plus some extra, it seems.
Basically, his punishment for disobedience.
So, what does Chomper want to say? Or is he waiting for Sigmund to talk?
Chomper's really not taking too much time to talk. They're focused mainly on healing and showing concern. I'm actually about to roll the dice for the heal roll.
Alrighty.
Oh, we got one of those ones. There's also a tote.
It's like, what, a 1?
Yeah. Wow. I'm gonna use a soul to reroll that. Obviously.
That's what it's for. Unless we... Well.
Bit better.
Well, it's better.
Well, this is the fire hug, right?
Yeah, tier 2 fire hug.
Sigmund is fire type. That would, you know.
So 6s might count.
Zim, did we ever actually fully implement that into the rules? Because I know we liked that idea.
Implemented what?
Compatible healing.
If the healing move is the same type as the target, 6s count.
You have in my notes, same type roll 6s.
No,
I know
never...
we agreed on that, but yeah.
I mean, don't recall that personally.
Oh yeah, we talked. This was like months ago, where we went, hey, if it's in order to like encourage, like people just not just making one heal move, and instead like giving a reason to have heal moves that aren't just of your type for like healing specialists.
Yeah, we can implement that.
Yeah. Basically, it was literally just if the move is the same type as the target and it's a healing move, sixes count.
Okay.
That's cool.
That was what we agreed on like a while ago. It was really simple, really small. That was it.
Well, the healing move is taking, but it doesn't seem to be doing as much as Chomper would hope, but Sigmund is able to, like, look at him and speak and not be coughing blood.
Success.
So, you're a little late. It's over.
Yeah. Sorry you had to go through that. I don't really have control to change things that are going to happen. Otherwise I would, but it might make things worse. It sucks just watching and feeling these emotions without being able to change them. I'm glad that you at least got to get him back a bit for what he did. I don't know what to say.
I made a mistake.
You did your best.
I should have been more focused. Just thought if I cut ties, he'd not pay them mind. Thorough, absolute way. Sting bastard.
Chomper is trying their best to be strong for Sigmund, and is trying to put a hand on their shoulder. You did your best, and it's not over yet, okay?
This is what I get, I suppose. Dealing with gods never goes well. They always want more out of you, even if you don't want to give it. I should have just gone for the kill, but I lost myself to anger. I just wanted to hurt them. Wanted to make them pay before I'm such an idiot.
Hey, you're not an idiot. You're unlike them. You're mortal. You don't have the kind of things that go through their head. And your emotions got the best of you. But you tried your best.
Must be better than this.
Hey, you're still here. There's gonna be a next time. And next time we'll make it right, okay? And you're not alone. Alright?
Next time. My last. And Culty appears, looking not the best. It's just like, hey, oh, you guys. Sorry, take your time.
Where did
Can you help him? He's hurt.
I know who to take him to. Things like this. It's a friend. They've never met, but they'll get along.
I get the feeling I know who this. I get the feeling I know who this friend is.
Oh,
Or are we all
Neat.
being made visible now?
might as well. Arceus is gone, and you're not one to hide from Culty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yep. And here we go.
Faulty,
Yeah?
did you figure it out yet?
I might have. Nothing guaranteed, but, like, it's something.
Well, nothing is guaranteed, but
You actually tried, so that's commendable at the very least. The least you can always do is just to try after all.
Mm-hmm.
come
Right.
up with any new advice? For, yourself, that is.
I had a strange thought, actually. I don't know what it means, though. And I'm not even completely sure it's my own thought.
Well,
Look for the White Room.
it will probably mean something. I'll pass it along.
Okay.
Wei gives a thumbs up. As much as he can with his stick fingers.
Alright. As Culty brings everyone somewhere else, as this place looks almost modern? Maybe even more so. Modern. Almost modern by Gimund's, or by Pyro standards.
Oh.
Wait, blink if he's looking around. Oh,
You, at least inside of a completely metal facility.
okay, we're definitely in steel type territories.
Marin, it happened.
It
You
happened.
mean you let it happen. It's supposed to... Shush! Alright, bring him over. You know, it doesn't have to. It's how it's supposed to play out! You mean how you let it play out? Stop needling me! Alti. Fine, I guess there's no use complaining to you about it now. As an Exatu female comes into the room wearing a lab coat. Alright. Sigmund, huh? Yep, that's not good. He's already dissipating. Alright.
He's already what?
He's dissipating. You think
Oh.
you don't think a soul can keep itself together when it's been practically ripped in half, do you?
No, I asked that out of character because I didn't hear it.
Yeah, you cut out slightly.
Yeah.
It's quick fix. The rest is gonna depend on his willpower. As she'll place a few tags around him and take out a black thread before very decidedly starting to take the needle and starts piercing him with it. As if she's sewing him together with a wound that is not there.
Can Pyro use his soul sight to try and see?
Yeah.
Wade is also looking at whatever is happening as if he could actually see what's going on.
One.
Welp.
At the continuous use of your soul side, you've been left depleted, unfortunately.
Pyro, you have no goddamn idea what she's doing.
Wade is just looking at whatever's going on, and he's just saying, "Fascinating."
I guess it does make sense that a necromancer would be at least this level.
Oh, he talks about me, does he? She's going to look over to Calty with mild surprise.
He also laments about how bad he is at following your advice at times.
Are we becoming reflective, Calty?
Alti, you do know the advice that you told me to give. I will remind you of the exact advice. Do you need me to?
Okay. Well, I guess that explains one thing. I'm not sure why he asked me for this, but it'll take a bit more time to finish growing, for lack of a better word. So I hope you're not in a particular hurry.
How likely do you think he'll be able to make it?
If he's anywhere as spiteful as I've heard, I think he's got pretty solid chance.
Honestly, you're not wrong.
Is there anything I can do to help? Is the soul or anything? I think I can only heal physical.
You can slap him in the face if you want.
Chomper kind of shudders at that. A flash of when they were getting pelted in the face not too long ago going through their head. I don't think I want to do that.
Yeah, especially since like 40% of his soul is missing.
Oh, you've got a pretty good estimate, actually. What do you know? Wait. She's going to lean closer. I don't recognize that. What are you exactly?
Hi?
I love getting timinged.
Indeed. The Sato is just continuously staring at Pyroclast, looking interested. And it's just it's just a long bout of awkward silence.
Oh yeah, the discomfort is building.
We'll just keep zooming in closer and closer.
It's just...
I mean, Satos are very good for that.
I'm just imagining, like, you know, Zatu, like, leaning forward with eyes narrowing.
Yeah. Yeah. That means the Sigmund that means the Sigmund on our end is that it actually just has 60% of his soul at the moment.
Likely, yes.
Living with that, he has tremendous willpower.
Spite is an excellent motivator.
Indeed.
Sorry about that ill-timed fuckers.
Sorry, Digi, but that was perfect.
It was perfect. I'm sorry. Oh man, the neighbors are extra rowdy today.
Oh my god.
I think that was one of their best things yet.
Also, yes, Vane would know about Spite being an excellent motivator.
Indeed. Honestly, I think Wade is personally learning about that himself at the moment, because I don't because I do believe that Spite is one of the things that he's feeling towards Arceus at the moment. Either that or just disappointment.
Some of the secondhand feelings and emotions from Sigmund, so Chomper's kind of getting a little backdraft from it. So yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, hey, Digi's unmuted.
I'm back again, and hopefully the
Welcome.
situation's stabilized.
Welcome
But
back.
it does seem that he's just gonna need a little time to stabilize. As of this moment, he is surviving on spite.
and also the Sato was leaning in closer to Pyroclast.
As she is going to be looking at him, and he can almost feel her looking at his augments. I don't recognize that.
Chomper's like just really close to Sigmund the whole time, almost like holding his hand, like basically holding his hand if he can. Basically talking to him. Come on, you can't die. We gotta get him back, right? If you die, we can't get him back. Come on, stick in there. Chomper has a bit of a growl to his voice.
What do you mean, don't recognize that?
Oh, there's a Charmander attached to Or there's a Charmeleon attached to those. Hello.
I'm sorry. That reaction, it just made me lol out.
Don't worry, Vane will probably get his turn of extreme staring.
There's a joke.
It's been well integrated, whatever that is.
It's what did we call it again? Information storing augments?
Edge Whispers Archive.
Oh, archive.
The archive? Oh, you're chosen. Okay. Alright, checks out. And she's going to scrutinize the rest of the party. And points at Chomper, chosen. Points at Elva, not chosen. Points at Edge, chosen. Squirrel, chosen. Scruff, chosen. And then points to Vade. What?
I have been informed by multiple people that my soul is both weird and that apparently my shadow is demonic.
Wait, nuts.
Really?
Also chosen.
Oh, right. Sorry. It's been a long time since I got my hands on a new demonic sample. No, I suppose that doesn't really have any genetics that I can examine, though.
If it does help, though, it is technically three-dimensional. Syncs
Well,
with things.
I mean, impressive, but not entirely helpful, no. So, what do you want to know, then? I'm surprised that, well, apparently Kalti's been having a change of heart lately. And you, I suspect, are responsible? You,
It helps by lately, if you mean over the past few decades.
Time's a bit relative when you're functionally ageless.
She's not wrong.
Alright, Kalti, do you want to explain or do you want me to?
I don't know how.
So that means you want me to explain, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright. It sounds like Kalti has not quite informed you, but this is the inside of a time instance.
Ah, interesting.
Which means that, as Kalti probably should have informed at least some people, when the thing comes to an end, it disappears, along with the constructs inside of it. What it's focused around is Sigmund and his life, as well as some other things, but that seems to be the main basis of the instance. Which means that when we're all caught up to everything important in Sigmund's life, the stage play is over and all of the props go away.
She's going to glance over to Kalti and say, "Is that right? Can I have 2 more weeks? Fast forward if you like, but I will be requiring those."
What are you planning to do, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I'm making a alternative body or culty over there that can theoretically have more temporal stability.
Wait,
It's
you know
weird.
how to stabilize time?
It's theoretical, but
Does that mean we
It's
could
not
change
in-
things?
you could at least theoretically take him out of here intact. But again, theory. If it works, great. If it doesn't, well, I'm sorry. I'm not exactly working with God samples here, so I'm having to approximate a lot of things.
Is that even a good idea to do?
Which part?
The part about bringing culty outside of the time instance.
Well, it's not like he'd really be able to stay. But also, considering everything, also kind of just didn't want him to die.
Wouldn't he technically do so the moment he steps inside of our time? Consider there's already a culty over there.
Oh, no, not right away at least.
Ah,
There's, like, an extremely minor grace period. So long as he fucks off to somewhere like, I don't know, the academy or whatever. The other academy, not the one attached to the guild.
Well, theoretically, he's going to be a different entity when he's inside of this body.
oh,
But he was very particular that I don't use him as the basis, which only made it more difficult, actually. So thank you for that. But I suppose now I am understanding the assignment. Almost 95% through it, Culty.
So that's what you mean by you actually found a solution.
Atrana, we have one thing after this, correct?
Yeah, that's it.
About
Sigmund
how-
doesn't wake up for a bit. It's next month.
Next month? Alright.
Hey, can I see those blueprints for that thing you're making? Pyro's tail is flying a little faster.
Do you understand gene sequencing?
No, I'm more interested in the temporals thing because I may need to know about that stuff soon.
Sure, this way.
Pyro's gonna go off towards where she's pointing.
As she leads him towards the lab. Now, how much detail do you want, or should I just say she explains it?
He's gonna be recording this in a data cube for later reference.
Understandable. We can bypass this for the moment.
Interesting.
A lot of this, unfortunately, is very difficult for Pyro, as it seems that she is combining magic and technology.
Oh, magic tech.
Magitech, let's go.
Well, it's at least a start.
Edge probably sees incredulous at this.
But there is one clear discovery that she has, is fairly certain about. The consciousness of the world is not subject to these refreshes.
Oh. Wait, she's saying that they're okay.
The will of the
Yep.
world is outside of the loop.
So that
Well, I
means
guess that explains why Vane has preferential treatment towards showing up.
the world remembers everything.
Once Pyro has all this down, he's basically racing out of the room. Hey guys.
Yes.
The world itself is immune to the time loop thing.
Okay, what exactly do you mean by that?
Because I'm fairly certain that, like, you know, the ground and the state of it changes back, otherwise things would be a lot different.
Apparently the world's consciousness isn't affected by the time loop.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. And also, what?
Now that does actually make sense, yes.
Yeah, but still. Honestly,
No.
I'm glad that the world isn't able to talk to us. It's at the other that would be quite a sub story.
Guess
So
it does
basic-
explain why I show up 2/3 of the time at least. It probably really wants me.
Considering that you seem to be key in breaking this loop. Yes, it can't call upon you every single time, but it does prefer that you aren't here. It makes complete sense.
I don't know that I'm integral to it, but Culty is particularly responsive to me, so...
If you're not key, then you're a big part of it, at least.
This is amazing information, though. Pyro's tail is swaying faster.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I suppose that makes sense when you think about it from the information that we got here before. I mean, the gods and the world aren't exactly aligned. It would make sense that to some extent the world itself isn't affected by the Alga's powers.
Would really love to possibly talk to the world if I could. That would be amazing.
By Lord Alga's powers.
This Pyro's just now letting his interests run wild.
Okay, well, besides that, is there anything else that we could actually do here, or are we gonna go ahead and see the last part?
I'm kind of curious what the Sadhu thought about when she saw Wade, because she kind of just skipped him.
Yeah, no, she was going through the team and lost her train of thought on Vane. But
Fair
she is
enough.
turning back to Wade. Hello there. Aren't you fascinating?
Wade blinks. Huh?
An artificial soul and a natural soul. Interesting.
Wade's expression just becomes neutral when she says that. Oh, I see.
And that body doesn't suit you either. Not particularly well, anyway.
Wade is looking at his supple body and nods. Yeah, this body doesn't suit me, no.
Yeah, it's like you've been cramped into a shoebox. You're naturally larger, aren't you?
Wade nods.
Well, that must be quite the interesting story. Though I don't think that me learning anything would be particularly helpful to you.
Unfortunately not. Well, not here, anyways. Maybe the you in the maybe the you in the real in the real world. Do you mind if I ask what you meant by an artificial soul there?
Well, it's a young soul. Decidedly too young to have the mentality that it does, or the memories.
Hmm. We're just going to nod at that. Okay. Hmm. I think I get it. Actually, thanks for that.
Did you figure something out?
I think I did. So that's why I'm thanking you.
Well, you're welcome then.
We're just looking contemplative now.
Actually, on that note, she will circle back to Scruff. You're a little interesting too. Not. Where would I place you? You are almost. The closest comparison I would have is that you are almost like a dungeon merchant.
I'm afraid we're not exactly the most knowledgeable about dungeon merchants, so if you could elaborate.
Oh, well, seemingly they only exist inside of dungeons and seem very powerful, actually. In that they have an dungeon energy can flow through them despite them probably not being conjured. It's not exactly. Well, it seems that some alternate energy could be able to flow through him fairly easily. That is not one that I am particularly familiar with. However, he's not. He is decidedly not yet.
He decidedly not what?
He is decidedly not letting it.
Ah.
Oh, that's something we'll probably have to address soon then.
Right. And lastly, you. As she's going to point to Squirrel.
Squirrel kind of looks over, definitely looking like he wants to be anywhere else but there right now, but...
I just wanted to scare you a little. You're fine.
He lets out a sigh. Goes back to his brooding.
Well, alright. Is there anything else that you particularly want to know from me?
Well, maybe, but we'll see you in about a month. That'll probably give you time to figure out some more things.
True enough. It's the last minute tweaking to do. Latrana's gonna ask fast forward.
Zoom.
Yeah, sure.
As they're back in the room, Sigmund rising, finally. He doesn't seem particularly well, though.
Important, are we visible or invisible right now?
As of this moment, you are still visible.
Alright. Just wanted to check. Is he like up and moving around, or is he just like...
He's sitting up in basically a hospital bed. Just that seems to be an exertion for him at the moment.
Alright, Bane's just gonna look over at Chomper. I mean, he's awake. And this is ostensibly the last point, so if you want to talk to him, now's the time.
Chomper's gonna walk up and guess just basically kind of say, "Hey, how are you feeling now?"
Well, better would be decidedly the correct word, but I am alive somehow. What is this?
He said, "When is this, right?"
Yes.
Ooh.
It's been like a month.
Fuck.
Took a while to. Yeah,
I'm not recovering well, huh?
Chomper nods.
What happened to me?
You lost a good chunk of your soul.
Consider-
That ought to do it. Alright, so how am I alive?
You were taken to a necromancer.
Yeah, honestly, considering that you're actually recovering quite well, you should be disintegrated by now.
Yes, my soul should have done that much, but...
I think I understand why you hate Arceus so much. Chomper says, kind of between teeth. What do you think you might do now?
Still putting that one together. I'm going to... As he's going to close his eyes and think back, well, I decidedly missed my opportunity to do anything fatal. They paralyzed me because their power was inside my body. So I definitely can't use their power again. Not that I could anyway. Get back. But they won't be able to just freeze me like that the next time.
Chomper's taking a moment. Is there anything else you could do to stop them? Even though they took away that power you had?
No. That power originated from them, ergo they have a right to take it back at whenever they wish.
Oh, Chomper. Vea's gonna point to where, like, your headphones are.
Oh. Yeah. I've been listening in to a lot of your big moments in your life. I guess might as well not stop now. I definitely understand a lot more about you. And for some reason, part of me wants to say, don't give up on trying to stop Arceus. After all he's done. Chomper seems to be conflicted by thoughts. Part of me says I want you to just kick his ass, but I don't know why. I want you to do more than that, but I think it's just a lot of everything I've been listening about your emotions. But I do understand why you're feeling this way. He definitely needs to be stopped. But you really need to make sure that next time you don't let that anger stop you from doing what needs to be done. Yeah?
Whether I kill him. That much you don't worry about.
After what you've been through, I don't blame you for the way you feel. The way that Arceus was speaking, and the way he spoke on those last moments before the two of you, this ended up happening. That Arceus just wanted to take and keep taking things from you, and then he had the goal to ask for forgiveness after just destroying something precious in front of you for no particular reason. It is despicable.
Ask.
He demanded.
Funny.
That was not an ask.
Demanding, asking. You know what I meant. He was basically just taking everything. Just demanding one thing after another. He simply just wanted to devote your very being solely to him. It's basically the vibe that he gave me. And again, that is despicable. In fact, that is the mildest way, the way I can put it. It is absolutely horrendous.
He's definitely someone who shouldn't have that power that he has when he's like that. But
he definitely besmirched himself as the top god.
Yeah. But Sigmund, I'm gonna listen in again to what your emotions are saying. But again, I want to say just Try not to be alone next time. Try not to do that alone. It might help you be able to stop them next time.
I'll think about it.
Glad you're okay. And Chomper's gonna put the headphones on.
Heart sense away.
Heart sense away. Yep.
Boy, oh boy.
Oh boy.
Ooh. Well, it's pretty good actually.
Chomper's listening in and focusing in on the emotions that he's already been feeling. That spite is very much in tune as Chomper's just kind of empathetically honing into his own spiteful views on gods, and definitely the ones that don't answer calls, or especially Arceus, who's just a general asshole. So yeah.
All right. Now, you get Sigmund's level 3, and it has been added to your it has been added to your sheet.
Oh boy.
And I have posted it in Lost in Chaos.
Oh boy.
Unsurprisingly, a Shinedown song.
Unsurprisingly.
Yeah,
Happily.
so that's not exactly the most surprising. For those of you in the chat, I just went ahead and threw it in media sharing.
And I'm just gonna go ahead and play it. Mwahaha.
As is usual, unfortunately, I cannot play it on stream because, copyright.
Copyright. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just need to do a little workaround.
So he's going to look over to the wall as an Esper walks in. What the?
A what walks in?
Esper.
Esper.
Are they doing anything in particular, or are they just like looking at us?
They're looking at you.
Looking at us with that Esper stare.
You know the Esper stare.
Yep. Vane is just gonna go, you came in here for a reason. You might as well get to whatever it is you were doing.
It raises its hands. It's me!
Oh.
Ah. So it did work.
I am existing in a different body. It's a little restrictive, though. But maybe this will work. I can't use any time powers in this thing.
That would make sense, yes.
You know that probably is for the best.
Well, do any of you have anything left to say to Sigmund?
Chomper takes off the headphones, and the first words out their mouth is, "Next time, don't miss." They're literally just listening to like thinking like the most probably like that a little bit of angst in there that I'm done with you kind of song music. They've just been listening to that for like a solid minute or two. So that same level of spite that Sigmund got towards Arceus, yeah, residual.
Wade is also going to look back at Sigmund and just say, you know, well, there isn't too much I can say right now, but I just feel like just like Chomper, I end up understanding you much better now, and I feel like that's a good thing. Furry is adorable. Ah, dang. Did you got
He might have gotten yoinked. He is muted.
Yeah.
Although sometimes he just does that.
Yeah, he got joined.
Yeah.
He
He
likely
was
got
taken by the neighbors.
again.
True.
Hello, I'm back. I have received information that I will not be sharing here.
Okay.
Fair. Okay, fair enough. Okay, what happened was Chomper ended up just looking back at Simon and saying, "Next time, don't miss," while listening to this song with angsty expression on his face, I believe.
Yeah, it's very that
Yeah.
kind of same kind of spiteful. Just it literally is a song that is just kind of that I am done trying with you kind of song. The you is kind of could be anything, but we know who it is for
Yeah.
Sigmund.
Yeah,
So
and Wade looked back at Sigmund and just said, "I just feel like it's a good thing that I understand you better as well."
Huh. Well, if that was the goal, then by all means. Certainly you're taking quite the measures. Bit of an odd choice, though. I'm pretty sure that there's plenty of people that would be more receptive to this kind of decision.
It will be more receptive to what?
Receptive to this sort of attention.
Ah, yeah.
it's because you're not that word, which I think means you deserve it. You definitely deserve the attention. You've done a lot. Get some rest, okay?
You do deserve you do deserve better. Not going to lie.
We'll see. And the stage play starts to unravel.
Oh, dang it! I was about to ask something.
Oh, dang it!
What were you about to ask?
I was about to ask just again if everyone was done because Vane did want to ask Sigmund like for something.
I mean, I suppose you can do that.
We can backpedal just a little bit. The results will be the same regardless.
Yeah.
Alright. Because Vane was just going to go, alright, Sigmund, I guess it's finally time that I talk about this. I got good news and bad news for you. The good
What's up?
news is that, well, I'm sure you've been wondering why we're actually showing up like this constantly, and, now we can explain it. What's going on is that this is the inside of a time instance, focused around you and partially me.
Uh-huh.
Which means that on the bad news, you're not real. On the good news, I don't think you mind that much.
Not especially. What's done is done.
So, I asked this of a couple people. Had to wait asking you to the end for obvious reasons. Got any advice for yourself?
If it's me from the future, I don't know. If it's a me from the past, well, you know what I want to tell them.
Unfortunately, it is the future. On the plus side, you did end up figuring out what you were gonna do. It's likely to be pretty successful.
Great.
Especially if we have anything to say about it.
I have
Then
been
yes,
helping them with it.
Then yes, just see it through.
I'll pass it.
I have nothing else to say.
Well, there's a chance that the real you will remember some of this in dreams and stuff. So, maybe we'll see you again.
Doesn't see a lot of you, so I guess I'd just be watching a flashback of my normal life with you there now and then.
It's unclear. We just got told that there's about a 10% chance you'll remember some of this through dreams, things of that nature.
It will be bizarre nonetheless.
I'm personally not exactly banking on it, considering 90% chance nothing happens.
More unlikely stuff has occurred, so I guess we shall see.
Well, guess this is it. Hopefully, Culty does end up coming with us.
As Culty jumps into Atrano's hair, but as the world starts to unravel, it doesn't seem like you're going back right away, actually, as it's just getting darker and darker. Before Artanis puts a hand on Atrano's shoulder and says, "Yeah, I don't think you should be here." Before shoving him, and Atrano vanishes.
Artanis, I'm going to need an explanation right now.
Sent him to another timeline.
Wait, what?
By that, did you just send him to one of the parallel timelines?
Yep.
Why? What's going on?
He's not really getting much of a chance to answer, as you guys are now in a world that is quite dark. And there's one more thing of note. Nothing is moving. Not a single thing.
So are we just like in total darkness, floating in a void, or just standing in a void?
Nope, you're in a real place. There is what should be grass, but trying to even bend so much as one blade of grass is not possible? Everything is just stuck.
Oh god, that
As-
just sounds painful.
Oh
wrong.
yeah, no, this sucks.
Just
Then
standing on a bunch of grass that does not bend under you. You've just got a bunch of needles poking into your feet.
Ow!
Well, thankfully you're standing on a dirt path that leads to a tower.
A
Oh,
dirt,
okay.
and then you're in a trolley as you open your eyes and Roloff looks over to you. Hey, you're finally awake.
Sorry, Roloff. Vane is gonna be looking at that tower. What's going on with it? Is there anything notable?
Well, it seems like there is some twitch coming from it now and then, which is peculiar for a tower.
A twitch?
Yes. Along with a dull thump.
About how
That
often
happens
does it happen?
once every minute.
That was supposed to be with Elba. Oh, all those sixes.
Yeah.
Well, you still got that tender roll.
Yeah.
Do you believe in magic?
Hey, hey.
Almost. Still good though.
Yeah, I'm going to bigger that actually to make all the to make all those sixes count.
That would be a 9.
Yeah. So I'm doing a lore check with Elba to see if I recognize that thing.
Duke.
Or if I've heard of it. Because that thing is very distinctive.
Well, do you get closer or are you trying to watch it from a distance?
I think we're going closer. Or at least
Well,
Elba is.
First, is there
Alright.
anything else notable around us?
Well, there do seem to be other people now and then, but they are also similarly stuck, completely unmoving, just suspended where they are.
Okay, so no other like important ominous landmarks. Cool.
Yeah. Everything is stasis.
Well, that tower decidedly quite isn't, considering the shudder and noise. So, to the
Okay.
tower.
Yes. And Elba is going towards the tower.
Stepping closer? No, this is decidedly unfamiliar. Because this tower is practically smothered with chains.
Whoa.
Each individual chain isn't particularly large either, but it is long.
I've never seen anything like
Black
it.
chains just completely wrapping the tower to the point where you can't even see the brickwork.
Vane is going to do a quick check and just idly summon one of his chains and seeing if they look similar.
They do not.
Okay, well, at least that's
Your chains, you know these chains. These are like Vanta Black chains.
Oh, okay.
It's almost like they're sucking in the light around them.
I've never seen anything like this before. Not in all the books that I've read. What is this? Where are we?
Well, as much as I
Oh.
don't like it, the only real thing to do is get closer.
Yeah.
As you approach, there's two things. As you are finally getting closer, there does seem to be steps that are not covered, and there's someone sitting on those steps, and behind them, a time gear, also coiled, but not quite so tightly.
It's a time gear.
It's a person. Who's the person?
The person is someone very familiar to you. It's an old Delphox that's looking at you with an interested look. So, hello there. company,
Sigmund.
Sigmund says.
Elba is blinking. Sigmund?
Oh, you know me.
Well-
Welcome to Timeline 0.
Oh boy.
Elba's mouth just hangs. He just has that. He just has that. You know how Quagsire can just have their mouth be really large, really large.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what he's doing right now.
If it helps explain at least some things, we just got done being inside of a timeline instance focused around the version of you that we know, and partially around me. It took us a bit, saw the current version of you's life, saw a couple different timelines. Actually, we saw you talking with Noah about the whole crime to be alive thing.
Ah, interesting. Looks like the tower was feeling a bit generous today then.
What is this tower?
What is all this?
Not the easiest question, but if I were to put it simply, this is the cause of the loops.
Oh,
Or rather, this is what initiates the check to see if the loop fails.
oh.
Do
So
you know what those are?
Through process of deduction, I've got 5 of the 6.
Oh,
Okay, so we have... Well, at least 5 known objectives is better than 0.
what are those then? If you can tell us, because that is something we'd be very happy to know. Since we did just figure out that this whole time loop thing seems to be some sort of contract by Culty. And if it's not met, it just keeps happening whether he's alive or not.
Alright. From the beginning then, Kalti didn't make this. Or rather, he wasn't Kalti when he made this.
No, and Kaz are other.
That's right. So you know. That speeds things up a bit. The 5 checks. They're checked one every 2 years. If the first check passes, you get 2 more years. If the second check passes and both goals are met, 2 more years. If you can make it past 12 years, theoretically, you're safe and you're free, and the loops will be done. Check 1. Is the team present? That means the lot of you. Let's see. Scruff, Squirrel, Chomper, Vane. Yep, we're good. Congratulations, we'll make it past year 2.
Does it matter if that's technically Wade right now?
Not especially. Since you're both practically the same person.
Wait is Cal's at that. But nods. Okay.
Check number 2. On year 4. Are Kaza and Genoa alive?
Squirrel looks down at that.
I'll take it that's a maybe.
It's complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's-
and
That's
Elba
the
is also,
information regarding Noah.
and Elba is looking down at Elba is also looking down. Since they almost got Noah killed.
We'll keep going. Check number 3. Are you all at least an ace rank team?
So, specifically, are we on ace rank teams or are we an ace rank team?
You collectively are an ace rank team. You can have other people on the team. Or maybe if you all join an ace rank team, that might count. Probably. It's more the together on one team that is ace rank. Or higher.
We're not even on a team together right now.
Well, you've got 6 years to work something out. I bet you'll do it. Check number 4. Is Kaza happy with himself? Check number 5. Are the gods behaving yet? In the have you brought them into submission and gotten them to fix their shit?
Does it matter if they're alive or dead?
It does not. And number 6, I don't know.
Ah.
None has ever passed number 6, or else we wouldn't still be here.
Speaking of still here, the highest timeline we saw was in the 70,000s. Do you have any idea where we're at right now?
I do. As he will motion back to the chains. Every failed timeline adds 1 chain to this tower. We are on 71,527 at the moment.
Say that again?
We are on 71,527 chains on this tower at the moment.
Which means we're timeline 71,528.
That's correct.
Wow.
Well, it could be worse.
Artanis asks, so you're like... Wait, how are you fine? Well, I was in the process of resurrecting myself. I suppose it was just a moment of good timing. Or bad timing. If I'd finished sooner, I might have been able to stop the 2 of them.
Before they did whatever they did to make all this happen.
Correct.
Speaking of what did happen.
Oh, you all died. All of you.
Chopper doesn't like hearing that.
Pretty viciously at that moment, and you can guess who was responsible. I mean, admittedly, it was basically a battle for the fate of the world, to which technically your side won. But how many survivors left to enjoy it?
A pure victory.
Yeah. I mean, it even brought me down. I of course had a fail safe, but
And the only one left in the end were Noah and Kaza.
I mean, there was more people, but like everyone they cared about was gone.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
So they started to reject the world, and then they made together.
Now, this
Neighbors
doesn't...
don't
Now, this doesn't particularly relate to the current circumstances much, but I am trying to help Kalti, and there are some things that I don't quite understand. He did mention one time when he was busy half having a breakdown that, well, it wasn't exactly the first team we were on.
Oh, yes, you're correct.
So, what happened with that?
Well, alright. From my recollection, you were on a team with Kaza and a bunch of other non-chosen, actually.
Interesting.
And then you lost that team. Well, I mean, Kaza survived, but it wasn't... It was a messy parting, unfortunately, in the they died facet. And then you found your second team, the people around you currently at the moment. And then you found Noah and Kaza, and, well, eventually you were content after you slowly overcame the trauma of losing your first team. And, well, you can imagine who was responsible for that one too. Not the gods directly, but their servants.
That doesn't make them any less culpable.
Correct.
Wait, not at that.
It took some time, but you got along. Eventually, you accepted them as well.
Well, I guess at least that does explain why Kalti didn't particularly remember them very much. After all, only half of them even knew him.
Yeah. That's probably...
Well, I guess we know the 5 of the conditions now.
And we need
Gotta
to
figure out that 6th one.
we need to figure out that 6 was correct.
Have any, like, possible hypotheses on what it might be?
After all, Timeline 200 seemed pretty successful.
I have some theories, but I don't know if it would be helpful to say them.
It could lead us in a wrong direction. To be fair, considering how much time you have had to figure it out, and you haven't been able to. It might just be something that that we'll need to figure out ourselves somehow.
I mean, I'd imagine it's based on you.
Huh?
I mean, I would imagine it's still based on you. That's it.
Yes.
I mean, us being here, is that something that always happens? How many of us have you seen?
Good number of you, actually.
Shepard, do remember that you have been told that we don't always show up.
Yeah, and if even one of you is missing, well, it's resetting on year 2, and it was no one's fault, really.
Is there anything you see that's different from other times?
You're gonna have to be a lot more specific about that.
Like something that seems like things will be better, or something that may. Is there anything that's different about us that may help us with what's
Or
to
hurt
come?
us.
Well, there does seem to be a lot of outside interference this time around. Maybe that could lead to something.
I guess you could technically consider me outside interference. I don't believe that there was a way in Thailand Zero.
I mean, I'm familiar with you. I've seen enough of these timelines go by. Get familiar with a lot of people, actually.
Ah, so it's not the first time I've shown up. Fair enough. But I am curious. I am curious to know if there was anything like that, like me in Timeline Zero.
Maybe. It's been a long time, so I'd have to remember those memories.
That is fair.
Well, I've been asking this to a lot of people, so I'll ask it to you too, for obvious reasons. Do you have any advice for anyone in particular, including the current version of you, or Culty, or just anyone?
Let's see. Advice. Let's see. I believe you've already told Colin to recollect his substitutes.
Well, we haven't told them, but we found out about it during the whole timeline thing. We're going to tell him.
No?
Definitely
Okay.
definitely something that we need to tell him.
I
That
did
must.
yell at him about abandoning Cat, but I don't think he's actually gone and found them properly.
Well, I suppose it's less advice and more information. You want information, and a great amount of it.
Well,
So,
yes,
here's something for you. By all technicality, he's going to lean forward a bit. I am the head of the Dungeon Merchants Association.
Elva tilts his head. What?
we don't exactly know too much about the dungeon merchants right now.
That's fair
So,
enough. They're
I'm
pretty
assuming that
secretive.
does have actual importance to it. I just don't understand the context.
Well, they get their supplies through me.
Oh.
Like this.
Oh.
As he's going to tap his staff against a chain, and an apple falls out. One that is not stuck in time. I can retrieve things from the timelines. I'm the only one that can.
Time out.
And in this space, since you are out of your wherever you are now, items can be taken or left.
Do you have Dialga's powers in you?
I have more than that.
That is actually something I wanted to ask, since the moment I saw you, something just began to shiver inside of me.
Huh. I apologize then.
It's nothing to apologize. It's just you just emanate a lot of astral energy, like more than I ever seen before.
Well, I suppose with basically as much time as I ever want and access to them in a thoroughly helpless state, I've been tailoring myself and taking what I please. Admittedly, this took me an absurdly long time. but I have done it.
Well, you have had hundreds of thousands of years to do it, so it isn't like you have a shortage of time.
True enough. And I have built myself to capacity.
Are you just stuck in this world in this world in stasis?
I'm not stuck here. But if I were to leave, I'm not certain I'd be able to get back willingly.
I see. So you choose to remain here.
Yes.
Is this your own way to basically try to and help Kaza break himself from the loop? Or rather, Kaza and Noah.
The poor kids.
Poor kids indeed.
So you wanted to know about them, or what do you want to know? I've got all the time in the world.
How have you found we can help them? Anything. Help you.
Helping me. Now that's it's an interesting order. Try and make me think of what happened next. After all, on the current course, probably after the gods are dead, I'll probably just die. So, I want to do something about that one.
Well, I guess I have some things that I could try.
Really?
Somebody will need to make sure that if indeed all of the gods are going to need to die for this world to heal. Somebody needs to be there to make sure that it just doesn't happen again.
Well,
Yep, that's what I was going to mention, yeah.
Well, the thing is, current Sigmund, your Sigmund, is surviving on spite. Once the target of his ire has been vanquished, the debts will be settled, and what's holding him together will probably fall apart.
Although once the target of his spies is gone, we would be able to recover the part of him that's missing.
You'll have a pretty short time frame.
I was about to say, there's a difference between being able to get it and being able to reunite it with him.
I know, but there is a chance, I suppose. I'm just saying, if we can convince him that there is something else that he can live for long enough, perhaps he can hold himself together until we're able to put him back together.
Well, here's probably the most pertinent question I can ask right now. If you're the head of the Dungeon Merchant Association, does that mean that if we run into dungeon merchants, they'll pass along letters and mail if we have additional questions?
Certainly.
Do we have to pay for that, or...?
There is an energy cost to try to even reach this place through normal methods.
That makes
sense. Even then, their normal methods are only normal for them.
That makes sense. So it is just a poke exchange, just like always.
In that case, what would the cost be?
Probably 300 per letter.
No, that isn't much then.
Not terribly. After all, they're only sending the paper.
I do have a question. A question here. Here though. So did dungeon merchants not exist in Thailand Zero before all this happened?
Now that is a very particular question. The dungeon merchants belonged to a previous civilization before the gods elected to do a full wipe of the world.
Excuse me?
That sounds in character.
It
It's
does.
the best way to, that's the best way to cover their tracks, after all.
That does sound in character for what we've seen, but still. Ah,
Well, here's the thing. Some people could see it coming and knew that they couldn't win. In that world, magic was much more prolific, and so they decided to do something about it instead of waiting for death.
so
They cast a grand ritual and altered the world itself, leading to the creation of Mystery Dungeon, a hidden realm just for them, where they'd wait. Quiet.
So the merchants are the remnants of that previous civilization. Ah,
Correct.
It's amazing.
we just
Well,
we
not
we
the
have-
event, but
not the
what
event,
they've
but
done.
the discovery. I mean, this is something that most Pokemon researchers have been trying to learn for a long while. I mean, not in terms of how long it's been for you, but in the terms of our world, in our timeline, that is something that is always been trying to be researched, but have never been able to find anything about her. This is a tremendous discovery.
Well, you'll have a hard time proving it, however. But
Unfortunately.
yes, that is the facts of the matter.
Still, I have a question.
Ask away.
Why is everything frozen here?
Because this is the anchor point, but in all technicality, this place, Line 0, exists to hold timelines in place.
So, I've noticed that you said something. You said an anchor point, not the anchor point.
There's a few others, but this one's pretty pivotal since it has what is left of Temporal Tower.
Well, yes, but does that mean that if, say, some journals were placed in another anchor point, they would persist?
Correct. They would.
Alright, now just to find some of those and stash journals there. So that way Culty, in case things do go awry, can go there.
Do you know what the other anchor points are? Or if you know any?
I know of one other, but, well, it's where your other self resides, Vane.
Oh.
Okay, so no shot of actually utilizing that to help Culty in any way.
There might be more, but pretty hard to be able to be sure if it's an anchor point or not.
Alright, well...
But if you left journals for yourself and they weren't destroyed or in anything of that event, I'd be able to pass it along to you.
Is there any
For the
requirements?
requisite fee. Just the Poke Exchange to hand it to you physically. Unless you know which one you want right now, in which case I could probably try and grab it. I just have to find the right line.
Well, there is quite the amount of things that I do want to know. But knowing exactly... Well, I guess if there's some that are pertinent, I know that at least... No, that wouldn't. Is there anything relevant about that you could grab that is from the timeline that, you know, the other version of me came from? What was that? 45403, I think it was. Because if that version of me is still around, it's best to know at least some things about it.
Yes, I believe you did leave some records. Most notably, I suppose, about your... You were very selective with which gods you took his power from, actually.
Interesting.
After all, a lot of them had their pros and cons, and you wanted as many pros without as many weaknesses. And you had to fight a very specific opponent as well.
That does make sense.
Speaking of, I guess it was I guess he was at least successful if he killed Culty enough that he stopped coming back.
Correct. And accidentally tied himself to his existence.
I thought why, and then immediately realized it's probably so Culty couldn't escape.
Explicitly correct.
So he's
Great.
So he's keeping his existence together out of spite, again.
It was probably more of an accident. I don't think he can undo it. Really.
Ha.
However, here's the one. As he's going to extract a tome, you're probably going to have to spend an amount of time deciphering it, though. You basically had a new cipher every day.
That means I wanted to keep all this extremely secret, and oh, great. Well,
I could try and help you out with that, Bane, if you need it.
I mean, I won't say no to the help, but if it's me making the ciphers and I shuffle the ciphers between the days, not, you know, it's likely going to be a slog.
I understand, which is the reason why I'm offering my help in the first place.
Yeah, well, I guess on another point of matter, how in the world am I supposed to learn more about Culty's abilities when even he doesn't?
Well, he had all the powers of the Olga. He usurped him entirely in that moment, so by all technicality, he has all of Dialga's powers, plus his own innate ones. Find a copy of Dialga's Bible. Maybe one of the early ones might have a more accurate description of everything you'll need.
Speaking of, what is Dialga even doing?
I'm actually curious about that as well.
Not a lot. Your other self saw to that. Otherwise, he's either hysterical or a vegetable.
By saw to that, why?
The other gods, every time loop, kept looking upon your alternate self and withdrawing their blessings. That annoyed him a lot. So he went and encouraged Dialga to get them to stop doing that.
The fact that the fact that he's capable to that he's capable of threatening Dialga even with his blessings withdrawn, you definitely turn into a monster in that timeline, Bane.
You definitely don't need them anymore, but you don't like having your things taken.
Well, great. Okay, well, that's one of our lifelines gone.
The other one is Celebi, I suppose.
Which I had less hope for because notoriously very little information in Flighty, as well as likely doesn't have the same scope of powers that would help us.
Unfortunately not, but he might be able to do something.
I'm gonna try anyway, but
Even though I'm sure he's as much of a jerk of the other gods, I can't help but feel bad for that Dialga.
Well, it sounds like it's the same Dialga every time he remembers.
I envy him even less.
He does keep his memories, for better or worse.
I'm going to assume worse.
Definitely for the worse this time.
Well,
that does definitely explain things.
You know anyone who might be able to help us find out more about what the sixth check could be? Or is it possible to ask the world directly about what it might be?
I'm unsure if it kept track of those details, but unlikely, I'll say.
Were Noah and Casa even aware of what they were doing when they basically made a contract with themselves?
Probably not. They were wishful children who just wanted an ideal future.
Wishful children who suddenly just became, they basically just became Lord Dialga at that very moment and used their powers to do this. Even through all that time, they have still remained wishful children, unfortunately.
Well, I guess any of you have any questions right now? Because I need to write down some things and consider.
Chopper seems like he's deep in thought. I'm just trying to think what I can do to help our Sigmund not die.
Elva's going to come forward and just ask the Sigmund. So I gather that me and my team are not really integral to this whole thing, but do you think we'd still be capable of helping them out?
It's possible.
Elba nods. Even if we're not key to this whole thing, I do feel like as a denizen of this role, after witnessing all this, honestly, I can't just walk away and turn the other way. I will need to do something to help them out, one way or another.
By all means, then.
Yeah, and I think we're all in agreement in that regard, right, guys?
I mean, I don't particularly feel like adding another chain to this thing.
Eva was actually speaking with his own team, but
Oh,
just
okay.
speaking with everybody is not a bad idea either.
Yeah, so it was
Left.
non-specific, so it was just
Yeah,
Vex yells, I want candy!
I was gonna give him some candy.
Yes! Okay, I'm in. Whatever in the heck we are doing. What are we doing? Why are we here?
We're going to save the world.
Oh, neat!
Elba actually looks determined as he says those words that we're going to save the world.
So you said you could retrieve things from other timelines earlier.
Yes.
Is it possible you could retrieve items that might help us?
You'll
Oh,
have to be a bit more specific.
oh. If you can retrieve specific items, hey Bane, he might be able to get you that book that you want so badly.
problem, it sounds like it's in an anchor point.
Ah,
Ah, that one. Probably
Yeah.
write it again.
well, yeah. I suppose a version of you was the author of that book, I think, so that would make sense.
If you want to write another version of it, I would very much so read it.
Alright. He's going to produce a notebook and a pen and start from the beginning if no one else has any questions for him or requests or things of that nature.
Well, actually, I do have one final question. How do we get out of here? We need to go back to our timeline. I thought that was going to happen when we were out of the illusion. Timing.
I know,
Did you
right?
get-
Sorry. Ask one more time.
How do we get out of here? I thought that we would go back to our timeline after we were out of the illusion. So
Oh, I can send you back fairly easily.
oh, well, okay then. Well, I suppose if nobody else has any questions for now, we could just send one to you when we see a dungeon merchant.
Fair enough. Then theoretically, they should be able to pass on this book when you encounter one then.
Wade nods.
Chomper looks up for a moment, thinks about something, but stops. I was gonna think about doing Heart Sense again, but all the Heart Sense I've done with Sigmund's helped me learn about him, learn about why he does what he does and what he's been through. I think I understand. I'm not sure what else I'd get from learning anything about you. You're this, after all that. I just know that, yeah, that is the very end there. A lot of spite, but I actually kind of have a feeling what he's missing and what we need to focus on to keep him alive. Now that I've thought about it for a while.
Hmm.
I'm wondering about you though. How are you doing right now? Don't you
I'm
want to
fine.
leave here too?
I will, someday. Probably when the loops are over. Until then, can't really think of a better place for me to be. Here's where I'm most beneficial, after all. I'm the
Don't you
only one
get-
that can even interact with these chains successfully.
Don't you get lonely here?
No. Yes. Apart from the special requests I receive from dungeon merchants. But they're here for business instead of anything else. Oh, that's right. One more thing. I'm not sure why this matters to you, but... what's it? Ah, yes. You are... You can be more liberal with your affection if you want to be.
Oh?
Yeah. I don't believe that it will have bad results.
Liberal. With my affections.
More free with open.
He means that you don't need. He means that you don't need to restrain yourself. Well, to a degree at least. You've been doing that a lot lately.
Yes, don't worry, Chomper, you are very kissable. That effects.
You
Repeat
cut
that
out.
again,
He is
please.
very what?
Shut up.
You're very kissable. Or something. Effects. Some adjacent compliment.
Oh, that is what you said. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Jumper, a little confused, also blushes, but okay. I'll try. I've just.
Martinus pats it back. Hell yeah, kid.
Jeez. Well, okay. Well, I'm definitely gonna send you letters because I had a feeling it'd be pretty lonely being here. You deserve to be happy too. So yeah, I'll send you a bunch of letters and whatnot whenever I can. And
You
I
should
can just
save your
imagine. Go ahead, sorry.
You should save your money, kid. You're gonna have alternate uses for that.
Yeah, but you deserve love too. So I'll do that sometimes.
Why
I
don't
can
you direct-
imagine.
Why don't you
I can
direct the question
imagine.
over there first, as he's going to point at Squirrel.
Okay, you both were talking at the same time.
I was
What
trying
were
to
you
finish
saying?
something.
Yeah, say what you were saying there, Rex. Also, good
I
night,
could
Eric,
imagine
good night,
as I says that because of all the timeline shenanigans. Imagine Chomper just imagines a bunch of letters because technically, if this Chomper wants to give you a bunch of letters, well, no, other Chompers want to give you a bunch of letters too. So you just have like a bunch of freaking letters you just have on a like on a pile behind you from all the other Chompers that want to give you letters from the other timelines.
Greg, you're the only chomper that's aware of him.
Ah, I have to start sooner then.
Oh no.
I'm the only Chomper? You wouldn't
You're
have
the
other letters from
You are
other
the only
Chompers?
you are the only chomper that's aware that he exists.
So that is
This
something
version
that's
of
different from the other ones.
Yes. Truth be told, this is the first time I've had company here ever.
This is my chance. I can... You know what? Okay, so that's something new. I'm just trying to do things that maybe would be different that'll help change things from how bad they are. For one, you deserve love. For two, I'm going to give you letters. Not every day, but I will send you a letter. I don't care if it's a waste of money to you. You deserve to have some, just something nice.
Chomper,
And for three...
to send a letter with the dungeon merchants, you're going to have to go into the dungeon every single day. You can't do that. There's time limits.
Yeah, but I can do it every like once a week or something.
There's also
be
no
like,
guarantee that the dungeon merchants will show up when we're in a dungeon.
Whenever I can do it, I'll do it. When it happens, I'll send you a letter.
Guess you
I'm gonna make
could
a note
just
of it
write
right now.
Guess you could just write a bunch of letters and just send them all at once when... Surely
That's going
if
to
you
be-
send one bundle, it's the same cost as sending individually, right?
Yeah, you're right, Squirrel. You're so smart. Heck yeah. That's what I'll do. Chomper seems to be kind of trying to perk up from the last comment of what you got told.
I mean, didn't the Sigmund say that it would be 300 per letter?
I'll just have to save up.
Right. Pardon that. Maybe save your affections for someone else.
I have enough affections for everybody. I'm already I sent letters to Squirrel when he was gone. I still need to make you. Well, I don't need to make you more letters. I can actually talk to you now. I'm kind of looking forward when we get out of here, Squirrel. We're gonna have fun. It's gonna be awesome. And one thing, I need to do this. As Jumper's gonna walk up, and you're I'll be on a throne. Isn't he on a throne?
No, he's just sitting on some stairs.
Well, Jumper is going to climb up and attempt to give you a hug unless something stops him.
He will not.
Well, you're getting your first Chomper hug in this timeline.
Those are not the right dice.
Those are not the right dice because they're timeline dice from a different dimension. Okay, 1 second.
Still not even a very good roll, actually.
I know. Thank goodness I practiced with the... Let's ignore one of those dice.
Yes. The first one was practice.
For sure. This one's the real roll because I got 2 10s.
Yeah, that's 10 successes.
That is very nice.
Chomper is giving you a hug as the idea of being the first person to hug. The first Chomper to hug you, they want to make this the best possible one. So they're really leaning into this one and hugging tight. And also saying something as they do. You deserve all the love. More than you think about for yourself. You should love. You should accept the love. You deserve it. You've been going through a lot. I've seen that.
Even more so than the other Sigmunds, I imagine. No, definitely not. I imagine.
I'll be thinking about you and all the stuff you're doing to help us. Thank you.
You always were like that, weren't you? All right then.
Well, back to our timeline then.
If there's nothing else.
I do want to say one more thing about you. When I first saw you, I just saw a grumpy Delphox that had an air of divinity to him, but it was stripped from him, and it was at that moment I just saw that you were a saint that was punished for of the sword. It was sacrilegious to me at the time, but after all that I've seen you go through, and well, you may have not gone through exactly what the Sigmund of our time went through, but you are more than likely aware of it, and you probably went through some of those stuff also yourself. I do quite understand you a lot more, and well, I can't help but feel a little bit of kinship towards you, if that makes sense. If nothing else, I do believe that you are quite the good guy, even if you are quite grumpy. After all, well, this version of you is staying here to help out those 2 poor kids that just have been lost for so long.
Yeah, you may be really spiteful in a lot of those memories against gods, but you also show a lot of care and love towards people you care about. I've seen that.
Indeed.
Maybe next time we meet, I'll be able to put you through a bit of training. Until then, get stronger on your own. Oh, but Elva. You should learn some field moves.
Elba tilts his head. Oh?
Maybe when we actually finish those?
Yeah.
I can see the little.
To be fair, I
Draco puts
finished
their head in.
I finished the base mechanics for those like a while ago. It's just we don't really have.
Hence, it's time for playtesting.
But those are too
Yay!
strong. I can't.
But Elbert tilts his head and just say, "Oh, okay, sure. I've been interested in those for some time. Never tested it myself, but yeah, I'll give it a try. Actually, I think I know whom I could learn those from."
Yeah. All right. He's about to send you up before Artanis stops him. Hey, wait! I have to ask something. Yeah. So, you know everything about your other selves, right? Yes. What was your relation with Arceus? Sigmund
And
isn't
then
going
we're
to
out of the-
respond, right?
Oh, I was just expecting, and poof.
Okay, what do you actually said, DG?
Yeah, what did he say?
Artanis has to know. What was your relationship with Arceus?
Mm-hmm. And how does Sigmund respond?
Silence.
Chomper hesitantly begins to put on their headphones.
You know what? I think this is a clear sign that we've ran out of actual important things to talk about.
Yeah.
Oh, it says you.
Can I get a book on temporal
Dang
mechanics?
it!
Ah.
I will use a soul for re-rolling this to get anything.
That's a
Swear.
willpower, but
Yeah.
Oh wait, I got one more. I'm done out of willpower for this one though. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. What if it's like a love song? That'd be crazy. How'd that even work? That'd be wild. Make no dang sense.
It's just
Oh.
the Pornhub intro.
Yeah. It's like what? What's this? What's this? Boom, boom. What's that sound? Do I hear anything? I have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Well, you don't hear anything, but while his face is doing nothing, you can almost feel a small bit of smugness.
Smugness?
Oh, he was totally the top.
To which he said, "Well, in some aspects, they were indeed divine."
Oh my.
Chopper blushes and then puts their headphones on their neck.
Vane is just going to sigh and go, again, like I said, it isn't like we're talking about anything important now. Can we get
Of course.
doing something useful now?
Can I get a book on something on temporal mechanics to help me out with something later? Or us out, rather.
Sure.
Apparently I do.
Right. As I can find which one has that, I'll send it along.
Thank you.
As he will send them back to their original timeline. And they are back in Lulite. Congratulations, you are out.
Hooray!
We can finally finish eating at the cafeteria, wherever the heck we were.
We were in the cafeteria, yes.
Yeah.
Chomper remembers.
We were in the middle of eating,
Well.
actually, funnily enough.
Somewhere.
Some of us were.
Yeah, somewhere.
But we are almost an hour past time, so I think that's where we're calling it.
There is a bit of a Cliffy.
A Cliffy. That's a fun
Oh
way to
yes,
say that.
because
That's a funny way to say it.
I need one perception check from everyone here.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Even though it's not in the cafeteria?
No, just those in the cafeteria.
Okay.
Forget if I was in the cafeteria or not.
I think you were with Squirrel.
No, you were with Squirrel, and Elva was too.
Yeah, Squirrel kind of gathered those
Yeah.
that were with him, so.
So Chomper and Scruff and Artanis were there.
And Paz. Well, wait.
Is it visual
And-
perception?
Paz was there. Now
Yes,
it's wait.
visual.
Oh no.
All right, let's have ourselves a see here.
Okay. Wait, what? That was supposed to be 6. Okay, it was 6. Oof.
Ouchie, your bones.
I am oblivious.
Don't worry, Artanis has you covered, apparently.
Okay, 4.
Chomper appears back and slams their head on the cafeteria table, discombobulated them. They do not know anything.
Step 1, discombobulate.
Step
Okay.
2, discombobulate.
Step 3.
Paz
Mhm.
opens up. Here's Vane's shadow.
There is another detail.
Yeah, say that again.
Where is Vane's shadow?
Yeah, when Wayne
Wait,
looks at Bane, and he's going to look at that shadow, and he just, Bane, is your shadow looking flatter than usual?
There is one detail you forgot to mention, Digi.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you forgot. This one has a blue scarf.
Scruff starts snuffling.
Because Veda's gonna look over, frown a bit, and go, "Great, what's happening now? Who are you?"
Wade is going to look at the bird next to him and just say, I am Wade, and who are you?
Vane.
Okay, who are you and what have you done with Bane?
Wait. Would one of you happen to be named Chomper?
Yes, I'm Chomper. Who are what?
Great, you're the one that made a dumb wish. I heard about this. You know what? Here, explanation. I'm from the other parallel timeline. Hello, I'm Vane. I actually have some memories. You made a wish to know more about Sigmund, myself, and the Spiral. And I heard about this from Culty because he was talking about how something funny was going to happen.
Oh dear lord.
Where's our Vane? So you're a different Vane? Which Vane? Is it good? What have you done so far in your timeline?
Okay, if you are here, then that means our Bane is probably over there then. More than
This
likely.
is just what I needed. Alright, well...
Welcome to
here,
the
I might
season 2 finale. Enjoy that, everybody.
Do you want some coffee?
Well, first of all, yes, always. Second of all, great. I'm probably stuck here for a little bit at least. At least I could fix some problems while I'm here. By the way, if you're going to destabilize time, can you at least do it in a way that doesn't affect my timeline too?
I wish we could tell you yes, but we don't know what destabilizes time or not, unfortunately.
I promise never to talk to rocks ever again.
That's going to make things awkward around Geodudes.
Rocks on the floor that don't talk back. Fair. I forgot there's talking rocks in this world.
Wait, why are you guys still rookie rank? He is on a silver rank badge.
Long story. Let's talk to you about it right now as the screen begins to fade to black.
Yeah.
Chomper's wish has resulted in a funny. You guys get
Very
a vein that
funny.
actually has some memories.
Hooray!
All right. Well, thank you everybody for joining us today for Lost in Chaos Scar, as well as this Art Marten stream. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They are on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, dippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, as well as going by our merch store over at zgfgaming.store and picking some up, or you can also help out by subscribing to our YouTube. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Bye-bye.
Later, everyone.
See ya.
Later, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ooh.